Good evening, everyone. I'll just say a few words while Ken is getting ready. He's all set now, so we're technically prepared, and hopefully we are all prepared for a nice, long meeting. My name is Eric Beckwith. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee of the Board, and I'm proud to call this meeting on Tuesday, August 19, 2025, to order. This is an in-person meeting. However, virtual access to the public is available via Google Meet. I'll read the formal clause here that we start our meetings with. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, Section 40, adopted on March 29, 2023, this meeting of the City of Beverly Planning Board will be conducted in person and via remote participation. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to attend via remote participation may do so through the Google Meet information provided at the end of the agenda, which is also posted on the city website as well. So now that we've called the meeting to order, for anyone who's had the opportunity to look at the agenda, we have a long, full, in-depth meeting that most likely will go to 11 o'clock. So pace yourselves, everyone. Get your water ready, and we're good to go. And we'll throw some surprises at you every once in a while, like deciding to change and having some of the parties agree to change the order of some of the things that are being discussed tonight, because, for example, Zero Trask will take much longer than some of the other items, so we're just going to speed things up here and there while we can. And we're going to start off actually by flipping the order of the first two items on our agenda, or the subdivision approval not required plans for 184 and 186 Hart. We'll do that following the discussion on the OSRD. This is public hearing, if that's okay, Bob.
Yeah, and the rationale behind that is that the zoning's actually not in place yet until that gets approved in order to make that an A&R. So we have to, in theory, approve the OSRD site plan, which then creates the zoning for the A&R.
And if it works in theory, we're going to try to make it work in practice. So here we go. George?
Sorry, I just wanted to remind you guys, Ken had a brief announcement that he wanted to kick off the meeting with as well.
That's right.
Yeah, real quick. There's been a rash of scams going around Massachusetts for our planning board, planning board, ZBAs, things like that. Anyone who's been submitting an application to any city or town, there have been fake invoices generated from basically our agenda items that look very real and very convincing. So if anybody receives something like that, it is not from us. Everybody who has applied to anything for our boards knows that all fees are paid up front and there's never a fee on the back end. So if you get anything like that, we would appreciate knowing about it, and obviously don't pay it.
So thank you very much, Ken, for that. And so we'll start. I'd welcome a motion to recess the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Moved by George Gomes and seconded by Ellen Flannery. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. We are now in public hearings. And the first matter that we have is the continuation of the open space residential design site plan review application number 12-24 for 184 and 186 Hart Street, CS Hart LLC applicant.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. Miranda Samasco, along with Bob Griffin, on behalf of the applicant, and Ryan Cavallo is also here, the principal for the applicant. And I know Mr. Griffin has been doing a very thorough and good job of, an efficient job of getting the board through this OSRD, and I have been largely in the background. I think that should continue this evening with the exception of the discussion of the conditions for the board's decision, which were part of the staff review. So when you get to that, I do have a few comments, but before that, I would let Mr. Clausen let us know where we are.
I believe we're at the point where everything is taken care of. The last thing we were waiting for was for Concom to submit their letter, and there's nothing of substance that came from that letter. So all presentations, all information, everything is complete unless you have anything to add, Mr. Griffin.
No, in the interest of expediency, we didn't make any plan changes to the drawings. We're interested in, of course, getting the decision and submitting you Mylars. We did make a little bit of a few changes associated with this A&R thing, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, but they're administrative, they're not material.
Okay. Does anyone have any other questions? Following up, when we last left our heroes, that was the last point. As Ken said, you know, we were just waiting for comments from the Concom. Those comments came in, and, you know, nothing substantive. So with that being said, are there any other questions of Mr. Griffin on this matter? Okay, so I think we're at the point now, we have three things to determine here. One, we have findings to be made. Two, we
still have a public hearing. It's still an open public hearing.
it is still a public hearing. And so, well, we might as well close that. If any members of the public would like to speak on this matter? Anyone online? Okay, nothing being said. Any members have any final questions? Any reason for this meeting to, the public hearing to stay open? I'd welcome a motion.
So move to close?
Okay, Ms. Flannery moves to close. Mr. Gomes seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? The vote is unanimous. The public hearing is closed on this matter. Okay, now we can get to the business at hand. We have findings, we have waivers, and we have site plan approval. So with that being said, is there any discussion? Does anyone want to talk? What's the cleanest way for us to take this? Findings first?
I think the cleanest way to take it, so that it can just go as quickly as possible once that process is done, is to let Ms. Attorney Zamasco present what she wanted to change about
That makes,
one of the,
that makes some sense. The conditions.
waivers, or conditions, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I actually made copies, so folks can follow along.
Do I have?
All right.
That somebody doesn't have it, have it.
They're these right here.
Okay. So the comments really are limited to mostly the open space conditions and sort of the sequencing of the document review. And then finally, I have a condition proposed regarding parcel B on the plan, which is the non-buildable portion that's going to be conveyed to the abutting property owner at 200 Hart Street, I believe. So with respect to the conveyance of open space, so I think the applicant has been very transparent during the proceedings that there have been outreaches to Essex County Greenbelt, that they are one of the two most likely receptors for this property. But Essex County Greenbelt will not negotiate and will not commit to accept property while the permitting process is still underway. And so we really have no commitment whatsoever from Essex County Greenbelt. And what I am proposing, and although our client has been in contact with them and they know of this transaction, we really can't agree to a condition that says that it will be conveyed to them. The ordinance is very specific in that it lays out three choices for handling the open space. It can be a nonprofit land conservation organization such as Essex County Greenbelt or Mass Audubon or trustees, all of which own property in the area. It can be the city of Beverly through its Conservation Commission, either in partnership with one of those organizations or on its own. Or it can be a homeowners association that takes the title subject to the restrictions and the obligations to permanently maintain the property as open space. So there are three options. We are hopeful that the most simple, which would be a conveyance to one of these organizations, comes through. But on the off chance that that does not, we don't want to be foreclosed from going through the other routes that are allowed under the ordinance. So what I've proposed is substituting the first three conditions in the proposed section of the decision regarding conveyance of open space to basically say what I just said. The applicant shall convey the open space to a qualifying entity under the applicable provision of the ordinance, and that we should obtain all necessary planning board approvals of the qualifying entity and any homeowners association prior to the conveyance of the first building lot. So that means we can't sell anything without coming to you, nor would we, because it all has to be part of a package. So that's number one.
Okay.
And then we're fine with the what was condition D remaining, and that would be condition B, and striking the final condition E, which was also referring to the Essex County Greenbelt. So that's on that topic. On document review, we talked a little bit about this.
If I could just ask, so on the red line that I have, the letters haven't changed. So you're saying applicant, A is the applicant shall convey the open space, that paragraph?
Yes.
And B is prior to conveyance of the open space parcel?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And then the next subject is document review. The suggested language was prior to applying for a building permit or signing a purchase and sale agreement, whichever is sooner. So we are suggesting that the language or signing a purchase and sale agreement be struck. There are people knocking on our client's door right now to sort of be first in line to get an agreement, and we'd like to be able to enter into those agreements. It helps with financing for all the improvements that have to take place. And as soon as we can, we'd like to do that. I don't think that that prejudices the planning board in any material way, because we still have to come back to you before we can convey the lot or apply, or a subsequent owner would apply for a building permit. So this will be on record. Everybody will know that this is a condition. Believe me, between the open space and these 4 documents that we need to come back with, we're going to start them as soon as we get out of this hearing tonight to make sure that they do not hold things up. So, but we would like to be able to enter into agreements in the meantime based on the way things work with schedules and so on and so forth. And we think that that's reasonable under the circumstances.
Is it, Ken, okay?
Okay, and then
And let me just say, at the end of you presenting these, that all members will have a chance to ask questions and things like that, so.
okay, all right,
Just-
thank you.
Just zipping through doesn't
am trying
mean,
to
okay,
zip.
I'm done, you know, so.
Sorry, slow me down if you need to. I'm
Thank you.
mindful of the agenda tonight. And then the last one was the reference to parcel B, which I just wanted to differentiate it from the other building lots and make clear that that is just really intended to be conveyed to 200 Hart Street. We already have that under agreement, so that's really ready to close after this proceeding.
That makes perfect sense.
Did you have any others?
They were relatively minor, but item 4 refers to ongoing protection of open space and buffer areas.
1 second, we got to get.
Okay, I'm not sure what page number that's on.
Item
What category, Mr. President?
Item 4, is that under,
I'm not sure to tell you the truth.
It's item 4, ongoing
Ongoing
protection.
protection of open space and
Right.
buffer areas.
So,
Okay.
so 4B, you can see reads, prior to occupancy of any house on the property,
Yeah.
We already have a house that's occupiable, 186 is an existing
Okay.
house, so I would suggest we add the words "new house"
Okay,
in that spot. And then it refers to marking the full perimeter of the buffer areas, and as we know, we have a wetland that sort of goes around, the entire 10 or 11 acre parcel, and so I would suggest we just mark the nearby portion of the buffer areas. I don't think we need to go out into the open space and be marking buffers back there. And it probably wasn't the intent anyways, which is on, it's on the next page, I think.
Which of the two sentences, where would you like to insert it?
Along, I would say, the applicant shall install permanent ground markers along the nearby buffer areas. And I think that would cover it.
define nearby.
Within
The
one-
plan's up on the board.
How about within 100 feet of each building parcel? Something like that.
So you're saying, don't worry about putting it back here, because
Right.
what's the
it's-
point? Yeah.
It's just litter at that point,
Just where,
in the
because
building area.
that makes sense, because these signs are to basically tell the homeowner, this isn't yours. Don't come back, you know.
So the applicant shall install permanent ground markers within 100 feet of proposed construction?
That works.
Okay. And I think you had gotten everything else. Thank you.
And strike the rest? Or do we keep and along the full perimeter? No, that's it. And shall arrange for inspection of the markers by city staff. We're gonna keep that.
Strike and along the full
Yeah.
perimeter of the open space.
And shall arrange for inspection of the markers by city staff. We'll stay in. Okay. Okay. You're sitting down. Does that mean there's, that's nothing extra? Okay. Does anyone have questions on these changes, these proposed changes to the conditions, the draft conditions? No? Okay. Pardon me? So the first thing to do is to start with the findings. And we are required to do this, and we should have a bit of an advance, quick discussion, I think, about them as well. We could just walk through them.
Yep.
The findings, that each dwelling unit is served by 2 off-street parking spaces in a garage or a space in front of a garage in the driveway of the dwelling.
Obviously.
Yeah. That the modification of the 20-foot perimeter buffer area requirement as proposed by the applicant shown in the plan set and the work to be performed in the 100-foot buffer area around primary conservation areas is consistent with the objectives of the ordinance and is rationally related to accomplishing the objectives of the ordinance. Don't know if we need to go that in more in depth at this point, but overall on that, does anyone have any
Yeah.
questions or?
I believe the only place that you're asking to waive the buffer area is where it's allowed to be waived anyway, because that's where a driveway is going. And the work is consistent with the objectives of the ordinance, because the size and scope of the buffer areas would actually frustrate the purposes of this ordinance.
Number 3, that the stormwater management techniques proposed do not create impervious surface and enable infiltration.
It's exactly what they do.
And it's what they're there for. That the common driveway, number 4, does not serve more than 6 lots.
Nope, it serves 3.
that there are no structural stormwater management facilities that would require a landscaping and screening plan.
That would be if there's like a stormwater detention pond, which are kind of antiquated at this point.
Yeah.
Based on the language of this ordinance, everything is an underground chamber or dry well. So there's no need to screen something that's already buried in the ground.
That on-site pedestrian and bicycle circulation paths or walks that would connect to adjacent open space as well as a perimeter path are not feasible due to the presence of the 100-foot buffer around the vernal pool. The site plan provides some sidewalks and makes other provisions within the tract to safely and adequately lead pedestrians to connect sidewalks outside of the tract along Hart Street.
That's exactly, yeah.
So, that the applicant's, number 7, that the applicant's proposal for conveying a portion of the property to, in this
A
case.
conservation entity, a
yeah.
nonprofit, that language might be in there.
So we can just say.
You can say it right here.
Yeah, to a qualifying entity under the terms of 300-54 H2 of the ordinance, which entity may include Essex County Greenbelt Association, for example, meets the requirements of the OSRD ordinance. So. And we've had that discussion and discussed that condition earlier, so yes. And number 8, that the site plan shows trees greater than 10-inch caliper or greater.
It actually does. There's a lot of trees mapped on this site plan.
So, so I think that is a discussion of all of the different particular things we need to have findings on, and that would be reiterated in a motion about what we find. Does anyone have any concerns or want to make any additions? Okay, well, I think the discussion part is done. In terms of the findings, I'd welcome a motion.
I'm going to read these all out. I can read them.
Well, I saw your microphone, Mr. Gomes, is green, so go, go, go.
Mr. Chair, regarding OSRD site plan number 12-24, 184, and 186 Hart Street, applicant CS Hart LLC, Chris Carvalho. We move that the planning board make the following findings. 1, that each dwelling unit is served by 2 off-street parking spaces and a garage or space in front of a garage in the driveway of the dwelling. 2, that the modification of the 25-foot perimeter buffer area requirement is proposed by the applicant shown on the plan set, and the work to be performed within the 100-foot buffer area around primary conservation areas is consistent with the objectives of the ordinance and is rationally related to accomplishing the objectives of the ordinance. 3, that the stormwater management techniques proposed do not create impervious surface and enable infiltration. 4, that the common driveway does not serve more than 6 lots. 5, that there are no structural stormwater management facilities that would require a landscaping and screening plan. 6, that on-site pedestrian and bicycle circulation paths or walks that would connect to adjacent open space as well as a perimeter path are not feasible due to the presence of the 100-foot buffer around the vernal pool. 7, that the applicant's proposal for conveying a portion of the property to a qualifying entity under the terms of 300-54 H2 of the ordinance meets the requirements of the OSRD ordinance. And 8, that the site plan shows trees greater than 10-inch caliper, shows trees greater than 10-inch, of greater than 10-inch caliper or greater. Sorry, that's an odd construction.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It is unanimous. Okay. So next we have waivers.
Mr. Chair, regarding OSRD site plan number 12-24, 184 and 186 Hart Street, applicant CS Hart LLC, Chris Carvalho, move to grant the following waiver to section 300.54 F3B2. The applicant requests waivers in certain portions of the site for work in the 25-foot wide tract buffer and 100-foot wide primary conservation buffer.
Is there, are there other ones?
There's only 2 of them, right?
Yeah, there are only 2. Okay. So, seconded by Ms. Flannery. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, regarding OSRD site plan number 12-24, 184 and 186 Hart Street, applicant CS Hart LLC, Chris Carvalho. Grant the following waiver to section 300-54G1. This waiver allows for lots with reduced area and frontage on a street other than one created by OSRD.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion? All those in favor?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I just want to make one note for the record, which I apologize, I didn't notice. The memo has the applicant referred to as Chris Carvalho. Can we just change that to Ryan?
Ryan?
It's
Okay.
Ryan.
Okay.
Yeah, wherever it
Apologies.
appears as Chris.
Apologies.
Sorry, there was no good place to jump.
That's
in.
okay. We can,
Stipulate or say that whenever it was Chris Carvalho, it was meant to be Ryan Carvalho.
I mindlessly read the words that are in front of me. I can't.
do I.
I can't be held responsible.
so,
I apologize.
to clarify, well,
I'm happy to amend those, but
yeah,
we've already
we,
voted on them.
I didn't
so-
declare, we just voted on them, so, maybe we can just do one clarifying, quick addition to that. I'd welcome a motion on the named entity,
What are we asking for?
To revise
change
Chris, the
Chris to
name of the
Ryan.
All
applicant.
three of the motions I just made, like, I'm happy to do that, but,
I think you can just take notice.
Yes.
okay, I think we're good. It's on the record, we'll
For the
clarify.
purpose of
on
writing
the
the
record.
decision that the
All right.
applicant's name, yeah,
Yeah,
Sorry.
yep. That's probably my fault.
okay.
So, we're gonna grant it now, yes? Is that what we're, okay. Mr. Chair, for OSRD site plan number 12-24, 184 and 186 Hart Street, applicant CS Hart LLC, Ryan Carvalho, apologies. Move to grant the, or to approve the site plan, subject to the following conditions. One, requirements of other officials. A, to the extent the site plan does not fully address and satisfy the comments set forth in the correspondence received from other boards, committees, and departments of the city as named and incorporated herein, the project is carried out shall address and satisfy all such comments. I, the June 6, 2025 comments in Open Gov from David Spadalier, City of Beverly Conservation Commission. I guess, Roman numeral 2, June 9th, 2025 comments in Open Gov from Captain Jacob Kraling, City of Beverly Fire Department. Roman numeral 3, June 9th, 2024, comments in Open Gov from Darlene Wynn, City of Beverly Parking and Traffic Commission. Roman numeral 4, June 23rd, 2025, comments in Open Gov from Laura Delakai, City of Beverly Health Department. Roman numeral 5, June 30th, 2025, letter of recommendation from Darlene Wynn, City of Beverly Parking and Traffic Commission. Roman numeral 6, July 10th, 2025, letter from Lisa Chandler, PE, City of Beverly Engineering Department. Roman numeral 7, July 11th, 2025, email from Captain Jacob Kraling, City of Beverly Fire Department. Roman numeral 8, July 23rd, 2025, letter from David Spadalier, City of Beverly Conservation Commission. Number 2, conveyance of open space. A, the applicant shall convey the open space parcel to a qualifying entity under the terms of 300-54H2 of the ordinance, which entity may include Essex County Greenbelt Association, Inc. The applicant shall obtain all necessary planning board approvals for the qualifying entity and/or any homeowners association documents contemplated in connection therewith prior to the conveyance of the first building lot, all in accordance with the provisions of said section 300-54H2. B, prior to conveyance of the open space parcel, the applicant shall arrange for inspection of the property by a representative of the planning department in the city engineer's office to ensure that the open space remains at baseline conditions as described below and that the open space areas are clearly and adequately marked. 3, work at the property. A, the applicant's work at the property shall comply with all the requirements of the OSRD ordinance and the OSRD site plan, including any work in the 100-foot buffer to the primary conservation areas and 25-foot perimeter buffer, except for those areas granted by the waiver from section 300-54F3B2 of the OSRD ordinance, as shown in the OSRD site plan titled OSRD Site Plan for 184 and 186 Hart Street, prepared by Griffin Engineering Group, LLC, Robert H. Griffin, P.E., 495 Cabot Street, 2nd floor, Beverly, Mass. 01915, and Ott and Dwyer, Inc., 59 Appleton Street, Saugus, 01906, and Laura Rutledge, 38 Woodbury Street, Beverly, Mass. 01915, prepared for C.S. Hart, LLC, 1 Melvin Street, Wakefield, Mass. 01880, dated May 19th, 2025, revised June 23rd, 2025, 9 sheets, scale varies. B, the applicant shall obtain a drainage alteration permit, an erosion sediment control, and materials management permit from the engineering department prior to commencing any work at the property. C, prior to commencing any work, the applicant shall mark any trees that are to be removed in the 25-foot buffer areas on the perimeter of the property. The applicant shall then arrange for the planning department for inspection of the trees to be removed prior to establishing a baseline conditions file. After removal of the trees in the 25-foot buffer areas, the applicant shall, through the use of orange snow fence or its equivalent, clearly mark the perimeter of the buffer areas and the perimeter of the dedicated open space area, and shall arrange for inspection of the markers by city staff. This perimeter shall establish the limits of the disturbed area within the 100-foot buffer permitted by the granting of the waiver from section 300.54 F3B2 of the OSRD ordinance. D, the applicant shall arrange with the planning department for taking photographs along boundaries of the buffer and open space areas to establish a baseline conditions file. The applicant shall receive copies of the photographs and shall provide copies to persons or entities performing work at the property and to any purchaser of a lot on the property. E, during work at the property, the applicant shall be responsible for making every effort to minimize removal of trees and any grading of the property, especially in areas of steep slopes. 4, ongoing protection of open space and buffer areas, and conveying any lot on the property, and each document establishing a homeowners association for the property, the applicant shall expressly provide permanent restrictions on activity within the buffer areas described in the preceding paragraphs. B, prior to any occupancy of any house on the property, the applicant shall install permanent ground markers along the buffer areas within 100 feet of proposed construction, and shall arrange for inspection of the markers by city staff.
Excuse me, Mr. Gomes. The applicant had, sorry to interrupt you, had suggested or asked, and we discussed adding the word new in front of that part of it. So any new house on the property in the beginning of that sentence.
For condition 4-B.
I apologize. Okay. I'm happy to amend that paragraph. I'm not going to read it again. Number 5, stormwater management. The stormwater management system for the property shall be constructed and installed in full compliance with the materials submitted by the applicant and with manufacturer's specifications. B, the applicant shall arrange for inspection of any of the system by the city engineer. C, the applicant shall, prior to issuance of any building permit for the property, enter into a long-term maintenance agreement for the stormwater management system and shall submit the agreement for review and approval by the planning department and engineering department. D, each deed conveying any lot on the property shall expressly note that the homeowners association described herein shall be responsible for proper maintenance and operation of the stormwater system. E, the homeowners association shall be responsible for submitting to the planning department and engineering department annual stormwater maintenance reports. 6, document review. Prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall submit drafts of the following documents for review and approval by the planning department, the city engineer, and the city solicitor as necessary. Roman numeral 1, form deed. Roman numeral 2, form homeowners association documents. Roman numeral 3, operations and maintenance plans for the common driveway. And Roman numeral 4, operations and maintenance plans for the stormwater management system. 7, other. The common driveway shown on the site plan shall remain private in perpetuity. The homeowners association described herein shall have sole responsibility for maintenance and upkeep of the common driveway. B, in lieu of a bond, the homeowners association documents shall explicitly grant the city the right to enter the property to evaluate and make repairs on any stormwater management system or other infrastructure if deemed necessary, and to assess any expenses to the homeowners association. C, the board's OSRD site plan approval and the conditions stated herein shall run with the property and shall inure to the benefit and shall bind all subsequent owners of the property. D, this OSRD site plan approval shall lapse 1 year from the date of this decision if by that point substantial use of the property has not commenced, unless the board shall extend this period for good cause shown. E, the subdivision approval not required plan titled Open Space Residential Design OSRD Plan of Land prepared for CS Hart LLC 184 and 186 Hart Street, Beverly, Mass. Prepared by Ott and Dwyer, Inc., 59 Appleton Street, Saugus 01916. And Griffin Engineering Group, LLC, 495 Cabot Street, second floor, Beverly, Mass. 01915, dated May 19th, 2025. Latest revision, August 5th, 2025, scale 1 inch to 40 feet, shall be recorded within the Registry of Deeds prior to commencement of work. I would assume that's if we accept it later. And then F, regarding parcel B, notwithstanding anything to the contrary here, parcel B shown on the OSRD plan shall not be considered a buildable lot and is intended to be conveyed to the abutting owner, Hart Street Realty Trust, to be combined with the premises at 200 Hart Street. Parcel B may be conveyed to said abutter free and clear of the timing limitations and other conditions contained in this decision.
Terrific.
I'll second that motion.
I would say, I just have one question, and that is to I got caught up in the addition of the word "new" in that. Did the rest of that sentence get done as we had discussed? Within 100 feet of proposed, okay, I apologize, I was tied up in that, trying to juggle. I'd welcome a second, seconded by Ms. Flannery. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously, so that's it. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank our award-winning speed reader for not only being able to do it, pronounce it, and say every last thing correctly. It's pretty impressive, so thank you very much, Mr. Gomes. Okay, so we're done with that. Now, we've already closed the public hearing, but we have to reconvene. I welcome a motion to reconvene our meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Gomes, seconded by Ms. Flannery. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we reconvene now now we will take up subdivision approval not required for 184 and 186 Hart Street.
A&R RC Enterprises. Okay. Let me know when you're ready for me.
Is that what, right there?
We good? Okay. So the A&R, as you read, is the plan that gets recorded at the registry and is used to convey parcels. We made a couple of minor modifications to clarify the A&R plan as part of filing that. So as we come up here, this was the plan as filed a month ago. We'll go to the next page, please. You can see it's very close to what you saw there, so it's the same plan essentially. And there's, I'll zoom in a second, but there's a note there. There's a note there about the common driveway. Mr. Dwyer's PLS stamp is over here, and we've added some Ott and Dwyer information here and a couple of things about the flood zone. So if we go to the next page. This note here just makes it very clear to anybody who picks up this plan in the future that there was frontage and area relief associated with lots 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And there, it will refer to the date of the planning board decision, which will be today, so we'll just handwrite that in prior to recording. The heavy black line.
Actually, Mr. Griffin, the decision's gonna be the date that it gets stamped by the city clerk, which will probably be tomorrow morning. So I can write that in on that part.
Fair enough. The heavy black line there is the driveway easement that benefits these lots over here, so 4, 6, and 7, so that's what that clarifying note is. And this sort of calculates the area of the easement. We'll go to the next page, please. Here's the Ott and Dwyer signature, certifying that it's based on an actual field survey on the ground, that we did some aerial topographic mapping from a subcontractor, Blue Sky Flight Company, and that the entire parcel is within the flood zone X, meaning it's above the 100-year flood elevation. And that's the extent of the changes to the plan.
Any questions? If there are no questions or further discussion, I'd welcome a motion.
And we're looking, Mr. Beckwith, at the subdivision approval required
Correct.
Yes.
and the 3 elements that,
We don't, yeah, it meets all three elements now that the zoning's been, like, the site plan's been passed, it meets that it now has zoning that applies to it.
thank you, Mr. Clausen.
Yeah.
I'll move the
Your
motion.
mic's off, Ellen.
I move, I'm sorry?
Microphone.
You're welcome. I move to endorse the subdivision approval not required plan located at 184 and 186 Hart Street.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, at this point, we've successfully navigated the first 2 items on our agenda for this evening, so. Yeah.
Language changes.
Yeah, hold on a second. I believe it's in here. Yeah.
Those are the things that change.
All right. Thank you. And now I'm just going to get back to my agenda. So now we're at the point where, since we reconvened our regular meeting, in order to take up the public hearings, the remainder of the public hearings, I'd welcome a motion to recess for public hearings.
We're going to go to,
Oh, wait a second.
we're changing. We're going to public hearing?
We're going to public hearings? Yeah.
Someone-
So moved. Seconded by Mr. Gomes. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, congratulations, we're back in public hearings. Now,
Public hearings first on the.
in public hearings, the parties have talked, and we've shifted the order a little bit. So our first public hearing, we're going to handle 24 Lothrop Street, followed by 114 Hale Street, and then we will get to 0 Trask Street.
Mr. Miller is anticipated to arrive by 7:50, so the 114 Hale Street is a special permit, which requires a supermajority. So I would, hopefully, he's here so that we can handle that.
Oh, I thought he was here, wasn't he?
I'm sorry?
I thought he was here.
So, yeah, I mean, for that one, in the interest now of slowing it down just enough so we can get a member here to be able to vote during that special permit period. How many
24.
votes do we need?
24 Lothrop, so
But we're doing.
we can do 24 Lothrop.
Yeah, I know,
that's
but
it.
my question is, how many?
6.
6, we need 6, so, okay. So 24 Lothrop Street is up. Do you want to read the,
Yeah, give me a second.
yep. Mr. Clausen will read the public notice.
I know it's your son. Or is it? Why isn't it where it should be?
Yeah, to get over the paperwork.
Why isn't it where it should be?
Just a moment, folks. It's one of those times that seems a lot longer to Mr. Clausen than it does to the rest of us. Every second is worth 10 seconds in his mind right now, so. Okay. I was just gonna help you with it.
That's the wrong one. Apologies. Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws 41, Sections 81R and 81T, the Beverly Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, August 19, 2025, during a public meeting that begins at 7 p.m. relative to a request by Daniel C. and Susan A. Johnson, care of Alexander and Femino, 1 School Street, Beverly, Mass., for a waiver of the frontage requirements of the zoning ordinance and for a definitive subdivision plan. The proposed subdivision seeks to subdivide the property at 24 Lothrop Street by creating a 222-square-foot lot on Lothrop Street, which will be transferred to the property at 26 Lothrop Street to enable the property at 26 Lothrop Street to have off-street parking on their lot. The subject property is located at 24 Lothrop Street, as shown on Assessor's Map 5, Lot 386. The subject property received a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals on June 25, 2025, filed with the city clerk on July 8, 2025. The application plans and variance are on file with the Beverly Planning Department and are available for public review.
Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the planning board, thank you for the opportunity to present this waiver request to you this evening. The legal notice really does a good job of setting out what's going on here. We have 2 neighbors at 24 and 26 Lothrop Street, Daniel Johnson, West Slade, and Georgia Bills. The Bills' property is 26. There is no ability currently to park a car on that because it's a narrow lot. And so the Johnsons have agreed to transfer a small 222 square foot parcel, which is 10 feet wide and 32 feet long. It's not a square parcel, it's triangular, that's why it doesn't come out to 320, 10 times 32, it's 222. So it was said in the notice, this was approved unanimously as a variance by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Each of these lots is legally non-conforming, doesn't have, under present zoning, what is required for frontage. So in order to get the ability for 26 to have parking, we needed a little chunk from the Johnsons. Unfortunately, they have room on the other side of their property to access and have parking for theirs. So pursuant to the Chapter 41R, we need to get a plan that exhibits what the zoning board accomplished by granting the variance. So this is just basically a request to waive the frontage requirements of the Beverly zoning ordinance, which is typically used when you're building a new road with new frontage, but this is an existing situation. So in order to get that plan done, we do need a vote of this board waiving this frontage requirement and also granting the ability, a definitive plan to be signed off on by the board.
Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Gomes?
Just for my edification, in the ZBA memo, there was a line about, there was an existing easement, but that wasn't sufficient.
Correct, yes.
Not that it necessarily even pertains to our decision, but for what reason wouldn't an easement have satisfied?
Well, it wasn't big enough for one reason.
Okay.
And it was decided that it would be, from a permanence perspective,
Just safer.
an outright transfer of the property would make more sense.
Well, like I said, just literally for my edification, so thank you.
Any other questions? I don't have any questions. I think it's great to see neighborly cooperation and such. So with that being said, we have two things to do. One, we need to grant the waiver. And then we need to address the subdivision itself. So I welcome a motion on the waiver. Ms. Flannery.
Mr. Beckwith, I move to grant.
Real quick, before granting or denying the waiver of frontage, the board should make a vote on the findings listed above, the two findings, A and B in the staff report, that say such action is in the public interest and such action is not consistent with the intent, or not consistent with the intent and purposes of the subdivision control law.
Wouldn't it be not inconsistent?
Yeah, it should.
So would you like me to find?
Yeah,
Mr. Clausen?
finding would be great.
Would like, if the planning board finds that, the following finds that such action is in the public interest, number one, and number two, that such action is not consistent with the intent. Oh, inconsistent?
Yeah.
Inconsistent. That such action is inconsistent.
Not inconsistent.
Not inconsistent. Not inconsistent? Okay. Okay, so it is consistent.
Perhaps we might say it's consistent,
I was going
in
to say,
fact.
may I say, is it is consistent?
I don't know.
Double negative, should I do, is it is consistent?
That's.
All right. That such action is consistent with the intent and purpose of the SCL.
We have a motion by Ms. Flannery, a second by Mr. Gomes. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the waiver of frontage for 24 Lothrop Street.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Number three, I
Yes.
move to approve the definitive subdivision plan for 24 Lothrop Street.
Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Mr. Gomes. All those in favor? Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously, so congratulations.
Thank you very much, appreciate your time and consideration.
Terrific. And let the record show that Mr. Miller is here. Thank you. Okay. Now we move on. I have to make sure I don't lose the agenda. Here it is. Our next order of business is special permit number 202-25 for 114 Hale Street. Do you have the public notice for this hearing?
Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40A and Sections 300-91, 300-94, and 300-59D of the City of Beverly zoning ordinance, the Beverly Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Beverly City Hall, third floor, Council Chambers, 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Mass. 01915, relative to special permit number 202-25 for deviations from the parking design requirements in the City of Beverly zoning ordinance associated with the expansion of a proposed three-family residential structure. The applicant is 114 Hale Street LLC, care of Alexander and Femino, 1 School Street, Beverly, Massachusetts, 01915. The property is located at 114 Hale Street and is shown at Assessor's Map 12, Lot 208. The application and plans are on file in the Planning Department and are available for public review.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen. And Mr. Alexander.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So just by way of background, this is our narrow lot night here. This is, again, a narrow lot. It has, it's only 36 feet wide, and there is, on one side of the house, it's 2 feet, and on the other side, there is 9 feet. So for many years, the parking for this existing three-family has been accomplished by having cars pull in on the front of the building. And what they did is they basically paved the front yard. So cars would, it would fit 3 to 4. If you really squeeze, you could get 4 on there. And in order, you'd go in front and you would have to back out into Hale Street, Route 127, which is pretty busy here. And there's a corner not too far away, with the corner variety as you come around that going towards Beverly Farms. So anyways, unsafe situation, and the property, as a result, had a very difficult time being marketed. It's been vacant for close to 10 years. So the present owner approached the owner on the left side, and they have granted an easement that allows for a full 9-foot driveway to the back and 6 parking spaces. The parking spaces themselves are totally conforming. And it's a much safer situation because the parking is such that cars can come out frontwards. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of the lot, the current zoning calls for a 24-foot aisle width, driveway width. This can only accommodate 9 feet. But at the end of the day, this is a much safer situation. The Parking and Traffic Commission met and voted unanimously to recommend this. And they did a nice job of pointing out first it's a lot safer to have cars coming out frontwards. And also, the result of this project, that the 3 units will be sprinkled, so public safety is also taken care of there. And aesthetically, this will be a big improvement because the front of the front area that is presently paved will be dug up, it'll be landscaped, and there will be a curb put in there, a granite curb, as required by the Public Services Department. So this is an opportunity to take a derelict piece of property and improve it, to improve public safety, and to greatly improve the aesthetics of the area. So we would respectfully request your approval, and basically what you're approving is just the fact that we're doing a driveway, which if we had unlimited land, would be wider than this, but in order to accomplish this, we need to shrink it up to what's available.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alexander. And also, the permit requires a supermajority vote of 6 in the affirmative to pass. So I don't have any questions. I did want to check with Mr. Clausen. I mean, we have the parking and traffic feedback. We have the feedback from the Conservation Commission saying it's not within the purview as they see it. Is there anything else that you think that we need, or the members are interested in any other departments?
I have one question.
Yeah.
Mr. Becker, that was noted in the staff report. Oh, sorry, guys. I have one question that was noted in the staff report, if you could confirm for me, Mr. Alexander, that the neighboring property owner has given permission
Yes.
for the easement and for the fence to be
Yes.
relocated.
And we have recorded an easement. That's already been done. It's on record at the registry.
And the fence to be relocated?
Yes, and that we entered the record agreement with them that we're going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess that answers the question I was looking for, so that being the outstanding piece. Any other questions? Member have any other questions? I'm satisfied.
Safety aspect.
Mr. Clausen?
Mr. Gomes just pointed out that the staff report doesn't like it made into the Google Drive, so if anybody needs a copy of that, I can pull it up real quick. Some of the other items that I included in the staff report had to do with constructability of the lot. Because it's basically just a schematic plan without any kind of topography and topographical information or anything like that. The lot's flat. It's sloped. It has a 6-foot drop from front to back. So any kind of, even if there was going to be any grading on that lot, it would all fit well within the constraints of the lot. The lot is also clear. There's no, it's an open grass backyard. There's no trees or anything on the lot except for in the corners, which most likely will not be infected. It's outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction. There is a stream nearby, but it's an intermittent stream, so it's a 100-foot buffer for that, not a 200-foot buffer. Engineering has no concerns at this time. Any comments that they may have, any kind of for increased impervious surface area would be taken care of whenever the building permit comes through.
And to that, Mr. Clausen, the front that's currently, the front that's currently the parking area is going to be landscaped?
Correct.
It's going, okay.
Yeah. That was a condition, I believe, of the Parking and
The
Traffic
parking,
Commission's
right, yeah.
letter was that the curb cut be,
Yeah, and we're good with that. That's the plan anyway, so, yeah.
Mr. Miller has a question, Mr. Becker? Mr. Miller?
Mr. Mill?
Yeah, so it sounds as though there are no concerns of the city, there are no objections from anyone in this case. Is that correct?
correct.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Any members of the public wish to chime in on this? Anyone online? Does anyone have any reason to keep the public hearing open? No. I'd welcome a motion. Ms. Fleener?
Move to close the public hearing?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. All those in favor? Opposed? It is, how many are we now? We are 8 to nothing. And in the affirmative to close the public hearing, hearing's closed. Now the question comes, do we want to vote on this?
No, with the findings.
Pardon me?
Findings.
Yeah. That would be, well, that's a separate vote. In the past,
There
we've
should be,
done
there
findings.
should be a discussion on the
Yeah,
findings before we
in the
vote.
past, we've done findings as part of a motion, findings, and we could do separately, if that's cleaner, that seems to be what
I
we've
think there
been
should be a discussion on them before
Yeah.
a motion's made.
So the findings that we have to discuss, number one, that the specific site is an appropriate location for the proposed use and that the character of adjoining uses will not be adversely affected. Mr. Gomes?
I guess I mean, this is a pre-existing non-conforming situation that the applicant is ameliorating, if anything, rather than exacerbating. So it certainly seems like an improvement
Improvement to
over
the
the existing conditions and compatible with surrounding uses.
Can I ask one question? The house you said has it been vacant for 10 years, you said?
Yes,
Is it currently a three-family or,
yes,
okay.
yeah. It's currently a three-family, and basically, part of what the zoning board of appeals did is allow, within the existing footprint, to make the three-family larger. So that there was a single-story, there's a single-story addition in the back, and basically, it's allowing that to go up another couple of stories.
Okay. The other finding is that of the six, is no factual evidence is found that property values in the district will be adversely affected by such use. I would only imagine, and this is conjecture, I guess, that improving the property is going to, if anything, improve the neighborhood and the values around it,
Adding parking.
so. That no undue traffic and no nuisance or unreasonable hazard will result. Can't see that.
Yeah, I would just say, again, it feels like we're improving the situation if people aren't going to be backing out onto Hale Street.
It's a safety.
Yeah.
And parking and traffic was 7-0 on it, so. That adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation and maintenance of the proposed use.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this is when you run into the fact that it's a narrow aisle, right? It's certainly not unprecedented in the city, though, and, you know, we've talked a lot about narrow aisles in bigger projects, not that I can remember quite this small, but, you know, this is something that neighbors work out amongst themselves, and I certainly would expect that that would be the case here as well.
Yeah.
I think you got a winner here, Tom.
Oh, I do.
I think you got a winner here.
The easement is granted.
Number 5, that there are no valid objections from abutting property owners based on demonstrable fact. Not tonight,
Evidenced by granting the easement.
so.
Well, and I can show you the petition at the time, we went before the Board of Appeals. The folks to the left, the folks in back, and the folks across the street signed a petition in favor of it. The person to the right had indicated verbally, but did not want to sign a petition, that she was in favor.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that information. And that adequate and appropriate city services are or will be available for the proposed use. So, I mean, no problems there. So, okay, so, any other discussion, or I'd welcome a motion on the discussion that we just had and our findings? Ms. Flannery?
Thank you. Mr. Beckwith, I move the board find that for special permit number 202-15 at 114 Hale Street, the following. Number 1, that the specific site is an appropriate location for the proposed use and that the character of the adjoining uses will not adversely be affected. Number 2, that no factual evidence is found that property values in the district will be adversely affected by such use. Number 3, that no undue traffic and no nuisance or unreasonable hazard will result. Number 4, that adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation and maintenance of the proposed use. Number 5, that there are no valid objections from the abutting property owners based on demonstrable fact. And number 6, that adequate and appropriate city services are or will be available for the proposed use.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Gomes. Discussion? All those in favor of the findings? All those opposed? So we're unanimous at 8-0. Thank you very much. And next is the vote.
Appreciate it.
The vote, Mr.?
That's the findings.
That's the findings, Mr.
Sorry.
So now we're
Getting ahead of
voting on the
myself, sorry.
permit itself. And we just need a motion. Ms. Flannery.
Mr. Beckwith, I move to grant the special permit number 202-25 at 114 Hale Street. The applicant, 114 Hale Street LLC, in care of Alexander and Femino, with the following condition: that the letter from the Parking and Traffic Commission dated August 19th, 2025, that, let me see, the following finding, yes, that the, made the following finding, that number one, they acknowledge the relief in driveway width requested is not significant, but they also recognize that the benefit of providing sufficient parking for the proposed project in the rear and removing the perpendicular back-out parking at the front of the building is both safer and more aesthetically pleasing. Number two, the conversion of the property to a three-family unit will allow the building to be sprinkled, which increases fire protection, and the proposed driveway will allow for proper public safety access to the rear of the site. Number three, that an easement is or will be in place to allow a portion of the said driveway to cross on the neighbor's property in order to meet the minimum width of 9 feet. And number four, the applicant intends to remove the pavement and reclaim the area in front of the building. And also that the existing driveway opening at 114 Hale Street be reduced as required by the Department of Public Services.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Vote is 8-0 in the affirmative. You have your special permit.
Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Counselor?
And now, for our final public hearing of the evening, we will continue the public hearing for site plan review number 168-24 and inclusionary housing number 30-24, Trask Lane, Corcoran Trask Lane LLC. And our presenter, Attorney Samasco, is coming in now. We just did the legal readings leading up to it, so. That's okay.
Which? Red line or yellow?
This has a number of presentations on it.
There's a lot to address here tonight. I thought maybe it would make sense for you to outline what you'd like to accomplish during this particular meeting and in what order, so that the members of the public here and online and the board would sort of be prepped for the order of things and get our paperwork in order to follow along.
Okay. I think I'll start with an overview, and then I'd like to review the red line site plan changes, just so everybody has a sense as to what has changed since the last.
We take a. Should we recess? Yeah, take 5 minutes.
Do you mind if we just take
Of course,
a
of
few
course.
minutes
That
to
would be
breathe
helpful for me as well.
a second? Okay,
I'll move to recess for 5 minutes.
we have a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Mr. Gomes seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? We will be in recess for 5 minutes. Microphone on? If we didn't forget to turn our microphones on and off, I mean, the meetings would save a half an hour anyway, probably. So we'll be more diligent on that. Attorney Samasco, apologies, but we recessed right before you were about to dive in. So dive away.
Okay. Thank you, members of the board. Miranda Samasco, on behalf of the applicant, Corcoran Trask Lane LLC. We have members of the team here in person and on video tonight. We last were before the board on July 15th, and that was really this board's second full meeting devoted to a presentation of the traffic study. And Rebecca Brown from GPI prepared an overview of the proposed mitigation, along with simulations of the traffic flow with the proposed mitigations. And at that meeting, there were questions back and forth, and at the conclusion, the board requested that the applicant respond to certain traffic-related material or questions, and also to come back specifically with an overview of the revised site plan, which had just been submitted on July. So we had submitted to the board on August 7th, or excuse me, submitted on August, I guess 7th or 12th. A supplemental package which included a GPI memo dated August 7th, which answered in detail, in written detail, all of the questions posed by the board, including backup data and analysis. We also formalized our request during that, in that letter to request the board to approve an alternative access for the Apple Village access road from Manor Road in the event that we weren't successful in obtaining the easement from Apple Village. And GPI also did the analysis in that report to basically demonstrate that with or without the easement, the intersections operate at level of service A and with no change in vehicle delay or otherwise operations. So it's an equal result. So for tonight, we had intended to have Rebecca here to answer final questions from the board regarding traffic, specifically on those materials submitted. And regrettably, she is not able to be here this evening remotely. So please bear with me a little bit because I'm doing this on the fly, but what I thought we would do is go through the site plan, the red line site plan changes first, so that we give you just an overview on really how little the plan has changed since it was first submitted. We did that with DRB last night. And then we would, I think, open it up for questions to see whether the board, whether Rebecca's materials were satisfactory to the board and whether there were any follow-up questions. I do have her slides, so if we have specific questions, we can dance around and see if we can get them answered for you this evening as best we can. I think we have most of the material in the record, or let me say, at this point, based on all the written material, we feel we have provided a full record on traffic. So it's really a question of going back and picking and choosing where we've said it before and saying it again. And we'll do our best to get that done. Before we begin, and at the risk of being repetitive, I just want to give you an overview of where we are on this project. We did file the application. It's now really close to 12 months ago on September 30th. We have the 10th Planning Board public hearing for site plan review. Last night, we received our Design Review Board recommendation for the project, which was great, based on the revised plans. We have finished MIPA. We have finished with the Town of Danvers Planning Board. In Beverly, we finished with Concom, Parking and Traffic, DRB. We've had 3 rounds of peer review, at least, and we have submitted our final revised plans. I think the only thing that we are waiting on, that I'm aware of, are final review comments from the engineering department. So we hope to get those soon. One of the items that we talked about before opening the public hearing was just the fact that this afternoon, I think at least 4 public comment letters came in by email. And I think the applicant has, and the applicant's team has tried very hard to be responsive. We've submitted, I don't know how many written responses to questions raised during this proceeding, and we are happy to do that. But as we try to conclude our presentation of materials, we'd like to ask for some suggestions from the board for how we can be prepared at the next meeting and not have questions coming in the day before or the day of the public hearing that are still out there in the domain, but we haven't had time to answer.
How much time, well, I mean, you will have some final questions the last, you know, and
Always.
whenever. I mean, that's our job, is to solicit and get it. But I hear what you're saying in terms of being able to do, and I really like the written responses as well, rather than some of the, for the more in-depth questions, they're very helpful. How much time? Is a week or 10 days or something like that? What we could do is encourage people to submit questions ahead of time, knowing that we're coming to what may be the final, or I think that's a reasonable thing to encourage people to do, giving you that extra time ahead of the meeting. What's the date of our meeting in September?
You usually on it.
In September
It is
September 19th.
the 16th,
16th.
September 16th. But also, may I add one thing, Mr.
Yeah.
President? But, sorry. Thank you, George. If the question is new, if it's something that has not been covered, I mean, it's one thing to ask the same question and expect a different answer, but if it's something new that we haven't heard before, as opposed to asking the same question or a similar scenario,
Well,
Mr. Beckwith.
we could definitely encourage that.
That's what I would like to encourage, because we've done our best, and I expect the applicant has done their best to answer. And if it's something new or something that is different, if you will, Mr. Beckwith.
So if we're, here we are, we're having, we're going to have more questions come up tonight. We've had questions this afternoon come through. They came through to us as well, and some comments and things like that. But I think it would be a fair thing to openly ask the public if you can get written comments or and questions to us 10 days before our next hearing, so that the applicant has sufficient time to be able to give detailed answers to those. And we can review them during the meeting, but just not have a last minute 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 questions. Let's just try to do it a little bit more paced. I think that's a reasonable thing to ask. Knowing that if you do have questions that you haven't asked before that night of the 16th, then that's obviously more than reasonable. We want that. So encourage people to get questions in well ahead of the meeting, so that we're turning them around and getting them to the applicant, so that we can expect them to have really thoughtful replies. Okay, so, and I'll look at the TV camera too. Where should I be looking here, Kim? Right, right here at one of these. Please do that. We encourage that. But in all seriousness, the public comment and public participation has been extremely valuable to me, anyway, and I think to the entire board and to the entire process. So thank you very much for that. And we'll just try to get as much of it, ahead of time as possible. Okay? So just, how's that do?
I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
And I appreciate the idea, and I think that's great. So, all
That being
right.
said, you will be on the hot seat from us anyway, as well, so.
I wouldn't expect it otherwise, as you know. So, all right. I think with that, Mr. Clausen, I gave you a CD, so, all right. What we have showing is a redlined set of these civil plans, which have been highlighted to call out the changes from the original submission in September. So just, the title sheet here highlights those plans that have been added to the set, and those are mostly related to Conservation Commission. We have replication and restoration plans. We also have snow storage plans, which were previously submitted to the board as part of the parking special permit. And then there's some additional detail sheets from the civil engineer regarding drainage structures that are highlighted. And I should say at the outset, just to sort of put the changes in perspective, really what happened since the original plan was filed is we agreed to new things. We agreed to put a convenience store on the property. We agreed to provide a conservation restriction and to provide public access with public parking and connections off-site. The board granted a special permit, which allowed us to shrink the parking, which allowed us to shrink the parking areas and eliminate a parking structure. It also required some reconfiguration of the parking aisles and lanes, and I guess the only change to one of the buildings is, and we'll point it out, but there was a shift of one building on Site B about 10 feet to the north to accommodate pulling everything a little bit further from the buffer zone. So those are the big changes. There are also a more significant number of sort of grading changes and stormwater changes and drainage changes. We have Joe Pesnola here from Hancock Survey or Hancock Engineering. And to the extent the board wants to get into that level of detail, he would be the person to answer those questions. I'm going to give you the high-level detail and just to make sure everybody understands sort of generally what the site plan looks like. And again, all of these changes are, including the grading and the drainage and the stormwater, are presumably being reviewed by engineering. So we can present once we have those comments as well. All right, so moving ahead. This just highlights that we've added some additional data. You can go ahead and skip to that. The cover sheet is basically just an index sheet. I'm going to ask you to go ahead to the next plan, which is a layout plan of Site A. And on Site A, the items that changed, the first item, I don't know if you can zoom in, Ken, is the 20-foot access easement for the benefit of Cherry Hill condominium. So this is something that the applicant agreed to after discussions with the board of Cherry Hill to make sure that they continued to have access for maintenance purposes to the rear of their property, even when the new roadway is constructed. And so Corcoran agreed to provide that easement. The other items that changed is the convenience store has been located there along with 4 spaces designated specifically for the convenience store parking. These were shared spaces, I believe, pursuant to the special permit, but they will have signage that daytime hours they're reserved for the convenience store. Throughout Site A, there you will see that loading spaces have been added, and these were all added in places, I think, specifically reviewed during the planning board's special permit process. They've been reviewed by the peer reviewer for traffic as well. So these are just making conforming changes, along with appropriate signage for those spaces. I think there's also a revised sidewalk detail somewhere on Site A. Some other things that are called out is we added a 4-foot wide gravel path on the 4th building down there. I guess it's on the match line. Yeah, it's on the next page, so sorry about that. There you go. And there to the left, you can see the revised crosswalk layout that I mentioned earlier as well. I think those are the main changes on Site A. I don't know, before I go to Site B, if anybody has any questions.
And you may not be the right person to ask this question, but you're here. Do you know what a continental style sidewalk is? I noticed.
I do not know, but.
Yeah. Does anybody know what a continental style sidewalk is? That's okay. No worries.
There's a special walk that you have to use when you,
it looks to me like it's sort of like you can cross that entire area as opposed to it being like a specifically striped crosswalk, but I wasn't sure.
Tim Corcoran from John M. Corcoran Company. This was the genesis of the continental style crosswalk was a suggestion of the peer reviewer. So all of the sidewalk conditions in the project, we've put those in the plans.
and what is the
My limited understanding of a continental sidewalk is the way that it's striped. It's supposedly,
I think it's the vertical striping.
it's the vertical striping.
It's, yeah,
And I believe that.
piano keys.
Yeah, exactly. And the reasoning being that, from what I understand, is that is the most visually,
This is,
you pick that up the best.
it's described as a zebra sidewalk.
Yeah, it's similar to what these are in the raised intersection with the stripes rather than straight lines going across indicating.
Okay.
Marvelous,
Good,
thank you.
From the peanut gallery, literally, we got that for you, so thank you. Okay, so on Site A2, which is the satellite parking area, that has been, the former garage structure that was there has been removed, and it's now the reduced size parking, as you can see. We also have connected that, or proposed a sidewalk that connects to the crosswalk and a new bus stop that are shown on the details as well. Another continental style crosswalk, a bus stop shelter.
Tabletop.
Yeah, so where it said, whoops, where'd it go? I pressed too many buttons. So where it says continental style sidewalk, what they have is shown here is actually not a continental style sidewalk. It would be the vertical lines rather than the horizontal straight across.
Okay.
And the bus shelter is not on this page, it's on a different page.
Yeah, I think it was there. I just saw it.
This is site, it got moved to, somehow I got moved to site B somehow. 'Cause
Okay.
buttons keep getting pressed. Every time I zoom, it goes a little crazy. It's right here at the end of this walk. It's right there.
Great. There are also some other notes that there were some of the entrances from over to the Manor Road connection have been revised, just making sure that we weren't eliminating any parking that otherwise benefits Apple Village, so there were some slight revisions there. Looks like that is back to Site B.
Yep, because as soon as I zoom, it goes crazy. Okay.
Okay.
You're referring to this area right here?
Yeah, just a slight revision to make sure that parking is accommodated for Apple Village. I think you can go to the next sheet. All right, so on Site B, the first thing that changes is up to the north of the two buildings. Basically, there's a revised parking layout and and the retaining wall has been pulled back to minimize impacts on the 50-foot buffer. So we came out of the buffer. We revised the satellite surface parking, eliminating the retaining wall that had been previously suggested there, and generally decreasing the size of that lot. Back on the parking for Site B, there is a revised parking layout sort of north of I think it's Building 6 there. One of the peer review comments was that we needed to adjust the width of a drive aisle in that parking lot to be 18 feet. So we've done that, and to accommodate that, provided angled parking. There's also a
So
added
that's
living
now
space.
one way that goes in this way, in that section only. Everywhere else is still two-way, except for
Yes,
this portion right here.
that's correct.
Is that Joe?
Is that
Whose voice?
Joe
Yep.
Pisanola?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe. I can't see you, so I wasn't sure that you were on. Thank you.
Can I ask the question to Mr. Pesnola that I asked at DRB last night?
Absolutely.
Joe, why is the one-way going in this direction when if it makes sense if a car comes in this way and is going around and they can't get a space here, that the only place that they'd be able to turn around would be to go in the building and come back out? Would it make more sense for it to wrap around that way and make that clockwise instead of counterclockwise?
No, our thinking was that your signage and so forth, or your residents are going to kind of take the shortest route to the garage. The garage will be the primary parking. That's what that will fill up first. So I think that's kind of the route. I see your point in that people might just stay straight, and which sets them up for kind of a clockwise rotation.
Mm-hmm.
There's two ways to think about it. I don't know
think
which
it's the
one
end of
is
the world. I don't think
better.
Yeah, okay.
Then I guess going to the bottom of Site B, again, we've, as I mentioned before, Building 6 was pulled to the north about 10 feet. There's a revised parking and compactor layout right there where Ken is indicating. We again have reduced retaining wall impact based on this new design. And then, I don't know if we can see it on this one, there's 3 public parking spaces being suggested for the open space use for public trails for members of the public as part of the conservation restriction that's being given.
And those spaces are not in the calculations for the parking count of
Correct.
the overall
Those are
site.
3
There are
extra.
additional 3 spaces that are to be used only for public parking for trail access.
Correct.
So,
And then we did add a trail to the outside of the kind of site proper for the public to be able to kind of get around the site and around the back building and back into the existing trail network.
Thank you. I think, we're happy to go through the remainder of the changes, but they all do narrow down, as I read the comments, to being more drainage related and grading, some for accessibility purposes, and, but all consistent within the layout changes that we just reviewed.
So that's your presentation on it?
That would be what we would, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I hope that that gave the board sort of comfort about the nature and level of changes that we've made since the initial filing.
Yeah, do any members have any questions about what Attorney Semesto has just gone through? And I'm wondering, because I see that some of the changes here were in response to peer review, et cetera, et cetera. When we get to discussing the alternative without the easement aspect, has that been peer reviewed?
I don't remember for sure. If it hasn't, I'm sure that we could ask the peer reviewer to quickly check Rebecca's work.
Yeah, Ken, is that?
That's something that we could certainly arrange if it hasn't already occurred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we-
I don't
he's
know
been-
that it has or not.
I don't think it has,
I
honestly.
don't think
so
it has either.
I think we can do that quickly before, he's been very responsive. We've been very fortunate that he's turned things around as
I
quickly.
mean, I
so-
know that I have questions, a fair number of questions about that particular area. But having the peer reviewer weigh in before I go into those might be helpful, to have that other set of eyes and expertise, and someone who's an advocate for the city would be great.
Okay.
Yes, Wayne?
I don't want to cross realms here into traffic and parking yet again, but are there any significant changes in pedestrian or bicycle access or channeling within the site itself that have come about?
Not that, I think we reviewed them. We reviewed at the last meeting, the internal site plan. I think Rebecca's materials might have that, again, yeah, something along the lines. So this is the conservation restriction plan that was submitted to the board in the supplemental package, showing 2 proposed open space parcels. But it also shows the proposed trail system, and I believe it also shows the internal connections within the site. But these were all reviewed at the last meeting, and there have been no changes. They are, the plans reflect what was shown at the last meeting.
Any other questions? Do you have more that you're going through, or are we at a pause point for questions from the board?
I think that we are at a good pause point. Yes, thank you for bearing with me.
Are you going to talk about the alternative access?
I think there's a slide further on in Rebecca's presentation that I think is very helpful just to understand the comparison of with and without. It really, I think from the outset has been designed so that if in fact we couldn't get the easement, the plan would not have to be materially changed. And I think that we can demonstrate that to you pretty easily. I think on that thumb drive there was a
There's your,
planning board site plan review slides. And we'll just keep strolling. It's gonna keep going. All right, so these next two slides show. So this here is what is proposed on the site plans, what has been designed, since September 30, 2024, with the new access easement from Apple Village. All of the areas that are gold are highlighting pathways within the site. The lavender are proposed access where we have easement rights over other property. And those are sort of the access to the site proper. So this is what we have proposed with the new access drive. You can see where the lavender turns to gold there through Manor Drive. If you click quickly to the next slide, you'll see that nothing changes except that that goes away, and we are left with the two access routes through Duck Pond Drive and through Apple Village. And Rebecca's analysis, as I mentioned earlier, she did provide all of the backup for having done both the volume and the capacity analysis for both alternatives, and there was no difference in the level of service from either one. Obviously, that's about as much as I can speak to it, and so if there are more detailed questions, Mr. Chair, that we can get them and make sure that Rebecca answers them at the next question. I think the one thing to report, the last meeting, since the last meeting, there has been a more optimistic meeting with Apple Village. So we feel that we are making better progress than we felt a month ago. And I think that it makes good sense for Apple Village to provide a secondary, or, a third means of access here so that it can avoid having the traffic come through its site. And so we're hopeful that we will get there. It is a complicated process. They have pretty sophisticated financing on that property through HUD. So any easement is going to have to go through, several layers of approval, not only with the owners, but with their lenders. But we think that we're making good progress. So that is actually, I think, good news for everybody concerned.
What struck me as I was looking through the August 7th report with the breakouts on all the different scenarios for with and without access at that point, were the anticipated or projected traffic turning from, straight from Manor Road, turning from Duck Pond Road, coming down Trask Lane, et cetera, to the intersection, the most significant intersection where all those roads come together. Pardon me?
look at the screen.
There you go. And what struck me actually was that the volume overall, while it may be as an intersection, a pure intersection, the volume itself may be a level A or B or whatever. But at the same time, we're talking about per hour, in total, hundreds of cars coming through each hour. And when you do the number back to say, okay, that's 5 a minute during peak times, it just raised to me some questions about pedestrian safety and car safety there. And I was wondering whether or not our peer reviewer had this particular information at the time of looking at it to be able to give us an evaluation of what sort of mitigation that our peer reviewer would think would work in that area.
There, follow.
Yeah, and to follow up, I guess, or to add on, Mr. Miller?
Yes. Was thinking too about level of service does not give an indication of the level of service to pedestrians and bikes, right? Is that correct? Level of service refers only to vehicular traffic, correct?
I am not going to hazard a guess on that.
Okay, I think that's the case.
It sounds right, but I
And
don't
to
know.
that point, to your point, that may be a level A or B service for vehicles. I don't know what it is for pedestrians, bicycles, and any,
One of the reasons that I spent a lot of time looking at the numbers and making notes and doing calculations myself and everything to say, okay, it's 314 cars coming through that intersection, you know, during morning time, mostly leaving, during evening time, mostly coming in, but at some point in time, you know, we're looking at 314 cars, or perhaps 331 cars coming through there, 5 cars a minute. And I spent about 2 hours, I was waiting for a police cruiser to come up, I mean, candidly, because I was walking around that intersection for 2 hours this weekend. Kids were playing, parents are walking by, looking at me quizzically, and I was in shorts, I didn't look official, and I was like, I'm with the planning board. But what struck me was that even for weekend traffic, kids are jogging across the street. There's very little activity right now, and that's projected to change considerably. And I just started thinking about, okay, have we done enough due diligence on the work and investigations you provided us? And I'm not calling the numbers into question. What I'm saying, what do these numbers mean? And I don't feel like I'm intuitively comfortable yet until I hear from a peer review person to be able to say, yeah, this is fine. The average park has, you know, this type of traffic around it, or something like that, or the markings make sense, the crosswalks make sense, because I think it's a very odd layout. The roads are close, but not close. Cars sort of drift through the area, not stopping or looking. And so anyway, for me, that's where I am. So I wanted to share that with you, the applicant, and the board, so.
Okay.
Yes, Wayne?
I think we're making a similar point, that we are kind of considering the index of level of service as a very important index, which it is, but it does not give us much of an indication of the level of service to other than vehicles. I think we're making kind of the same point there.
All I will say is I know that the original traffic study contained all of that same data with respect to the original proposed intersection. That's standard fare for what was reviewed. So that certainly was reviewed by Mr. Dirk. What's new in these filings is the side-by-side comparison to the alternative access, if that helps. But I think there's no problem in having him review this, and if it would be helpful, be here for the next meeting to weigh in on this issue, because I've heard it raised a number of times. I think if we'd like to make sure that the board is comfortable with what is being proposed.
I'd like, could you arrange that, Mr. Clausen?
Yes?
Okay.
Thank you. Tim mentions that as part of the submittal, there is a more robust signage and striping plan, and that was also peer-reviewed, and it was around this intersection. So there's been quite a lot of work that's been done.
And you all have a copy of that?
Um,
I can pull that up if you want. You want to pull that up?
Sure, if it's helpful. There was definitely a concerted effort looking at the signage and the striping, because to exactly your point, Mr. Beckwith, it is a bit of a strange and unusual configuration, and the conditions that exist today are, I would say, a little lackluster in terms of signage and striping and kind of visual things that would help you safety-wise, slowing people down. So that was contemplated in this effort here. And I think in terms of in the context of the peer review, all of the numbers that would have been submitted in the traffic study, they don't change as they hit that point of the intersection, regardless of the access. The amount of cars that go there would be the same regardless of the change in the access.
I hear you 100%. I mean, I was not there. I had a different lens on because I was walking around. I wasn't sitting in my car looking. I had the lens of, okay, you know, I'm 10 years old again, and I'm playing catch like those guys are, or hide and seek, rabid hide and seek games going on, just to let you know, this weekend. Music playing, I think it was Saturday, bouncy house around the corner at someone's house. So, you know, there were a lot of kids out, and so I had my pedestrian view rather than my car. How does traffic do this? How do I do it as a licensed driver driving through? I started looking at it from the other end. And maybe it's in here in terms of pedestrian safety and experience, but from all the comments that I've seen come in from the residents of the area, and for me, anyway, I'd love to hear about the pedestrian side of things from our peer review. But your point is well taken. I'm just trying to get a comfort level. Does anyone else have any? Yes, Judy.
Yeah, I just want to add on to, you know, as the newest member of this board, I am inclined to think, oh, well, whatever I have to ask has probably already been answered. But the one thing that did strike me really strongly was the thing about pedestrian safety, and specifically one of the area resident letters, emails, talking about the impact of additional carpool traffic because of lack of access or lack of affordability of bus service. And just that, it struck me that there were a lot of perhaps unintended consequences that I don't think are a matter of poor planning so much as just that perhaps can't be accounted for. So this is dovetails with what you were just saying.
I'd say that maybe the numbers were taken in the study, the numbers of people, whether they were carpooling or not, are, you know, hopefully, are represented in here.
Yes.
Whether they're bringing kids who are, what the story is, I don't know, I was gonna ask Mr. Clausen about the bus situation.
Yeah, that's a topic that fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which side of the argument on, is something we should avoid discussing because of fair housing law requirements.
Yes.
Zoning and site plan review and items like that can't be used to be discriminatory towards a protected class, which would be, in this case, be families with children. So that's not something that we can consider as part of this review.
Okay. So Judy, did I cut you off? You want to continue?
No, that's, actually, that answers part of my question, and I guess that's why I'm saying, I was assuming not that there was some flaw or lack in what was provided, but that the concerns that were being raised seemed valid to me, having no other basis for looking at it, because I didn't live in Beverly when I had school-age children, so, you know, this is a whole unfamiliar aspect of traffic planning and of housing planning.
The situation specifically that letter refers to, when do we expect a first building to even be built? Is it 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now?
I think our longest permitting lead time item is the Mass DOT access permit, which is looking like more like spring of 2026. And then we're looking at getting financing together, shovels in the ground, and then we're probably realistically 2 years
Yeah,
from this summer before we're even thinking about first occupancy.
yeah, so
So
the
that rough
situation
timeline.
may be a completely different scenario or situation when it comes to how how bus routes are and everything else that operates at that point.
It does raise another question that's been going through in terms of construction traffic, and what the volume of trucks and machinery and that sort of thing is going to be in the, not expecting they'll be at the same volume in terms of what we're expecting. We have 440 units up there, but certainly the heavy equipment and that sort of thing. I know you have to file a plan and
Right.
to have the city, but do you have any estimates on what that's going to look like in the meantime?
I don't think we have any estimates. I mean, I know that before we can even, well in advance of applying for a building permit, we have to go to parking and traffic with a very detailed construction management plan.
Yeah.
And they will review all of that. So I think that it's really hard to predict what that will look like at this point.
I guess my question when it comes to the construction is, right now, on your plans, your construction access is where the easement would be off of Manor Road through into Apple Village.
Yeah.
If you don't get that easement, where would your construction traffic enter the site?
It would, well, I think the answer is it would go through the existing right-of-ways.
Correct.
So construction traffic would use Duck Pond and the rest of Manor Road? And
Yes.
go through Apple Village?
Yes.
Okay.
Does anyone have any other questions at this point? Then it's time for public comment. So I open it up for members of the public. We'll start with people who are in the room here with us. Welcome, good to see your faces again. Now, I'd ask that you identify yourself with your name, address, and if you have a question that you would like the applicant to answer, if it's something that's in-depth and will need to have, some time for them to prepare an answer, to investigate it, that sort of thing, try to be as specific as possible with the question so that we can make sure it's just not a general big wide thing, but specific to something that you're interested in and some level of facts, that sort of thing, okay? So that being said, who's first?
I guess that.
Mr. Knight.
Hi, Patrick Knight, 4 Duck Pond Road, Beverly, Massachusetts. Thank you for hearing me. A couple of the comments I just wanted to talk about. Well, I guess you already answered the question, is how many entrances do you have locked up? The answer is, do we have 2 of them guaranteed to be locked up? There's no surprises that second one can disappear later? Is that, we have 2 entrances guaranteed?
Yes, there's 2 existing easements that we showed in the plan.
Yeah, this is an access easement that's guaranteed, and there's also the access easement.
When was the
That is
last
Duck
time
Pond Road.
we've spoken with Apple Village? When was the last time there's been any contact? Is there?
We've been speaking with them weekly, about every
Okay.
2 weeks or so.
Okay, thank you, that's.
So it has, yes, it has
I
been.
want to make sure that was still ongoing. Another question I have is Trask Lane repairs. I know this has been addressed before, but I don't remember what the answer was. I don't know if you folks will be handling it, but I don't see how we're going to be able to handle this much traffic. The road is in horrible condition, as I'm sure you've seen. Is that the owner of this land still responsible? I think somebody should be here answering that before this can go on. Is there any knowledge of that? The road is in horrible condition. There's potholes everywhere, and I can't see how it could continue.
So I think we have talked about this before. The road is a
sorry.
private road. And there's no formal maintenance arrangement between all of the owners, Folly Hill, Apple Village, and this property. However, there is common law that applies to how a private way is maintained. And while I'm not going to comment on the characterization of it being terrible condition right now, I'm not sure that that's true. Certainly, you know, if there is damage during construction, I would expect that the owners, the other private owners along that road would be requesting Corcoran or the owner to participate in the repair of that road.
Okay.
And I would also point out that as a practical matter, they're going to be investing a lot of money in trying to bring people to a neighborhood that they are going to be asking to get top dollar for, I'm sure. And it would certainly behoove them or any owner to make sure that the access into that development is not unsightly.
I get that, but it would have been made sense to do it already, to say, look at what I've gotten for you. Welcome to my street. You know, I think that should have been done. But anyway, I guess I just feel it would have been better to get that work done ahead of time. Another concern I have was with this hill out behind the ramp that goes up around Building 4 is the flooding and drainage. Again, I don't know how much work has been done on that. Currently, we have no flooding whatsoever on the lowest unit in the building. I face that driveway, and I know for a fact I have never had water damage. None of us have water damage. So if the design of this changes, and we do, again, I want this on record that that's where it came from. There's been 0 instances of flooding. If that changes, this is what has made the changes. It's building up. We've got a hill here. We're now raising the level 10 feet, as you could see in that driveway. So I don't know if you'd like me to point out where I'm talking about, but as you can see on that corner unit right there, exactly, that ramp will be going up, up, and up. And where I am there at my corner unit is
This is a
19.
106, 104, 102, down to 100 feet. So that's a 6-foot rise around that curve.
It'll be 12 feet from my doorway.
The wall begins here plus 0, and when it gets
Right.
up to here, it's 21 feet high.
And I'm below grade there. My corner of my unit is below grade.
Everything is being directed away from your unit still. That's the reason this wall exists, is because it drops downhill. They're not changing beyond the wall.
Do you mind if I step up? And
Yeah,
point
absolutely.
something out?
Yeah.
If you could speak loudly,
I
Mr.
certainly
Knight.
will. Again, this is my unit here.
Yep,
This is already below this.
correct.
And now we're going to be raising this grade, so this is the back end of the top
Yeah.
end will all flow this way. There's still going to be a back end of this hill.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to point that out.
Yeah, the elevations,
To this hill,
the elevation, Mr. Knight, see where the hand is right there?
yes.
That elevation is the existing grade elevation, basically, so everything's still flowing off of your property down, it's still creating a,
12 feet below that is what it's running.
yeah,
That is 12 feet below this.
yeah, this is, okay, I'm backwards, you're right. It is, it's flowing that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I just want to point that out.
That
Again,
is not,
it's
still
quite
not, still
possible
not changing.
nothing will happen, but this should be on record that that should be tested within the design plans, that could happen. I'm not an engineer, but I
That's
know
what we'll
where
have,
things.
I'll have my engineering department.
I
look
would
at that.
appreciate that, thank you very much. And I know that Bee Hines already made contact with you. She asked me to read it, but I think there's some things that you wanted to discuss about the school buses.
Again, that's a subject.
So I'll hold off on
Yeah.
that one. But the one thing I do want to point out is the circle there where all this traffic is going, the three-headed monster, as we call it. There's also a school bus stop there. That's a major concern. What do we do with that?
Yeah, the bus
too?
shelter is actually proposed to be right here, so that's,
So along with those, I think, was it 200 cars per hour at rush hour, or was it 100? But regardless, there'll be that many cars going through that intersection where the bus stop is. It's at that sign currently where the crosswalk is going. So that's definitely a concern for safety. The other thing I'd like to just briefly point out is, I know you mentioned about getting our information in ahead of time. I'd ask for the same thing. I know that sometimes these things are submitted to you the night before, and I'm not always able to prepare for that easily. So let's make that a two-way street. I'd certainly appreciate that. I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Knight.
you very much for hearing me.
And you're right, there were some of those questions that you asked, we're working on in terms of having a peer reviewer.
That's
look at
why
them,
I'm
and
going to
that's-
give you my respect for, thank you so
Okay.
much.
Good evening. Excuse me. I was wondering,
Your
Ken, do you
name
have?
and address, please.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please, that's
Tom
okay.
McDonald. I'm a direct abutter on Radcliffe Road.
I missed your name.
Tom McDonald,
Oh, Mr. McDonald, thank you very much.
sure.
What number on Radcliffe, sir?
Radcliffe,
What number? What house number?
number 4.
Thank you.
Do you have that picture they sent you
That's what I'm
with
pulling up
the neighborhood, please? So I just want to offer you a different perspective of the project as it exists. Right now, you're just seeing it as 2 different buildings, but I just want you to see it the way that I see it, whenever Ken can get it up.
I think it's this one. Are we referring to your photo, sir?
No, it's the one that has the map with the, of the entire Raymond Farms neighborhood. Maybe it didn't make it to you.
It did, I just don't know which email it's gonna be, because,
Okay,
do you remember when you sent it possibly?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, I've got a ton of emails here from people. Feels good. You can continue talking, I'll try to find it for you,
Okay, well, that was I needed
unless you need it.
the picture to talk about it. Sorry.
That one.
There we go, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yep.
So basically, the project is 440 units, 330 will be directly behind me, and the other 10 are elsewhere. So I got the map, and I started to count all the homes that are in Raymond Farms proper. So basically, all the streets that have college names and so forth that I consider Raymond Farms are outlined for you in the pink on the bottom. So that's 317 right there. And on the other side, to round it off, there's another additional 110 homes. So basically, the entire massive neighborhood that's caught in between Route 128, Cabbage Street, McKay Street, and the golf course is less than these two buildings combined. So you're not just putting in two buildings, you're putting in an entire neighborhood. So I wanted you to see it.
Technically, it's 6 buildings, but your point still, the point still remains.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So I just want to let you know, with this particular project, it's not just a handful of buildings tucked away in a corner. You're packing in an entire neighborhood. What also concerns me, too, is that the other 72 acres or whatever is left undeveloped, at some point, I'm hoping that you guys can do something to protect it so that this kind of overdevelopment doesn't continue. If it's going to be developed, it'd be nice if it was developed as maybe one families, perhaps. Anyway, so I just wanted you to see it the way that I see it.
To your point for that, they are putting the remaining 65 acres into conservation, so this is it.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah, they've committed to that. It's going to be one of the nonprofit organizations like an Essex County Greenbelt or the city's Conservation Commission that's going to hold a conservation restriction on the land.
I heard that Greenbelt won't take it until the whole thing's approved.
Right.
Okay.
But an entity such as, an entity like that.
Okay, thank you very much.
But Mr. McDonald, to your point, I mean, I did some back of the envelope a while ago, and I found this little slip of paper today, and I was wondering, okay, 440 units, how big is that? What does that impact to Beverly? And that's actually a 2.6 increase in the number of households or units, housing units in the city.
What number did you say, about 17,000?
It's it's Beverly has 16,915.
Close enough.
And this would, if fully occupied, at 440 would be a 2.6 increase in the number of households in the city.
And that's without friends coming over? That's without the Super Bowl and everybody, there'll be, ebb and
They all just
flows.
mass in one spot at that point and then go home, and at least in the Tom Brady days.
I think this would be another time to reiterate that this project is by right. They are actually building less than they could have per the zoning.
Yep.
The city attempted to change the zoning back in 2016 to prevent something like this from occurring. However, when a city changes zoning, a landowner has an opportunity to freeze that zoning for a period of years, and they've successfully done that through challenging the planning board's decision originally at the land court, and the land court sent it back, and then they filed a subdivision. So they are currently under a zoning freeze from 2016 that allows them to do this by right.
Okay. But I hope you keep this in mind for other pieces of land in Beverly, which
Yeah.
may
This is the
be
only
susceptible
zone
also.
of this type in the city,
Oh,
in this area, and the rest of the land is being put into conservation.
okay, all right, thank you. Okay, the other point I'd like to make is, could you bring up the other picture with the lights, please?
Yeah.
So as a direct abutter, we bought the house because it has, woods behind us and the pond, and, we've been there for 36 years, and it's been a great place to raise a family, and, I love the house, love the neighborhood. But unfortunately, most especially during the wintertime, for me, it's going to be more or less like living next to the Home Depot with a lot of lights. So according to MEPA, they said that we would not be affected by any light pollution. So I'd like to offer a different view. My concern is at Site A, where that little loop around is to get into the parking lot. Every single car that comes in there is going to be fanning their lights at our houses going in and fanning the lights at our houses going out. Wintertime, there will be no trees there. We'll be getting smacked in the face. The top little picture that you can, the two little pictures there that you see, that's during the wintertime, and that little speck of light that you can see, that's further behind in the other parking lot behind Site A. So that's only just one little teeny tiny light. We're going to have 330 new neighbors and 660 cars on that site and so forth. So what I was hoping for was that as it moves forward, I was hoping that maybe there could be some sort of a light mitigation. And if it's just a bunch, planting a bunch of arborvitaes, well, that's great. There'll be gaps in between, then we'll be getting flashed, we'll be having seizures. So maybe some kind of some sort of a barrier with a wall, then arborvitaes in front of something? Or?
This was specifically addressed last night at the Design Review Board meeting. It's one of the conditions or one of the recommendations that the Design Review Board Committee made as a condition.
Okay.
Was and I'll let Attorney Zamasco continue.
Yeah, exactly that. Your comment was raised, and I believe Joe Pesnola, who is on the call, did a little bit of looking at this earlier today. Joe, are you able to?
Certainly. Yeah, there's a parking lot, a retaining wall. We need to have a guardrail and also fall protection. So we need to put a fence up so we can put up a screening fence that will shield from the headlights.
Right, would this be a solid screening fence? Yes, okay,
Along the length of this wall here,
okay,
so basically where the trash compactor is.
okay.
That'll also prevent headlights from, when they come around the bend, blasting into the Cherry Hill condominiums building as well.
Yeah, it's that circular loop around that's
Excuse me.
my primary concern. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. And I do want to make a note, when my analysis, as neat as it is here in this little scribble, in terms of the 2.6 increase, that's not necessarily a negative. I wasn't necessarily saying that as, oh my God, that's horrible. I was saying that more like, this is really important for us to take our time and look at, because this is a big project. It's also adds a lot of housing to the city. So it's, it wasn't meant as a slight to the developer or a notch in the, rallying cry not to build it. So it's meant to just say, this is really important. And if September 30th marks the year anniversary from when this was filed, and we're here in October still talking about it, then, or in August, then that's because it's really a big deal, so. Okay, any other?
Good evening, Karen Johnson, 4 Duck Pond Road. Just to continue with what the last speaker said, are there going to be light poles on that access on Duck Pond Road, and what will be the height of those? And are they 24-hour lights or, going through the night?
It's with the landscape.
I'm looking for it, yep,
It's not in the civil set.
yep. There's so many things open now, it's gonna bog down.
So we'll be able to bring that up for you in a second, so.
Okay, so I can ask something else in the meantime, or should I just wait? Which would you rather do?
The landscaping plans, every time I've opened them, have taken some time to open, so.
Okay,
We can also answer that in writing prior to the next meeting. If we have the answer at our fingertips.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, well, in the meantime, while we're waiting for it to load, if
Okay.
it does, you can continue with your,
Okay, in regard to that convenience store, at a previous meeting, the developer said that that could be a challenging property to lease to someone as a convenience store. Are you committed to keeping that open as a convenience store in perpetuity, or are you doing that as for like a specific time period? How is that going to be handled?
I think, as we've stated previously, we have proposed that a commitment be made for 3 years.
For 3 years?
To lease it. And everybody hopes that it is successful, but in the applicant's actual experience, it's been very difficult to lease these.
Right, so I just wanted to bring that point up, that that's not like a guaranteed happening, because they're even saying that it's a very difficult thing to get that in place. So I just wanted to have that be brought back around. In regard to the periodic traffic review, a proposed mitigation for that was to have a shuttle bus available. How are you going to compel people to ride that bus to actually alleviate a traffic situation?
I think the applicant had, at least is my understanding, is that the traffic study that's done afterwards, if there's an increase, that there's going to be some sort of a survey of residents to see what service would be used, and decisions will be made from that point, but not, not being able to predict, demand and things like that at this point. I think that's your position, roughly?
Yeah, just one clarification. We had originally proposed the shuttle bus, and during the course of discussions with parking and traffic and the various items that they were looking for, and because the city didn't have necessarily, we didn't have something to contribute that money to that would be as effective as doing some of the other work that the city wanted to have done. We eliminated that requirement, but as part of the post-construction monitoring, if we trip the traffic benchmarks that we've established as part of this study, and in fact, we exceed what is predicted, then we have to do further analysis, including a resident survey to see whether a shuttle would help mitigate, and if so, then it would be provided. So it's not a definite at this point.
Right.
It's a maybe, and I think hopefully if there's a survey that says there's a demand, that would be the indication for the shuttle being something that people would actually take and would not have to be compelled to take.
Right, so that would be all dependent, right, if there was actual desire to take that, but it's not really a mitigation to an increased traffic flow.
What we're talking about is setting a trigger in place as a condition, right? That if traffic exceeds what's anticipated in the studies that have been done, then there will be
Further mitigation.
further mitigation. The city would be involved in working with the applicant on that.
So other measures would be
Perhaps.
looked at?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. In regard to the conservation land, is that guaranteed?
Yes, according to
is.
the applicants.
Can we see the document?
There isn't a document yet, because if you were here for the previous public hearing regarding the open space residential design plan, they don't, we can condition it, basically.
It's fair to say it would be a condition of
Yeah,
any
it would be a
approval of this
condition
board.
of our approval that they can't get a building permit until it's put in place.
Okay, all right.
And it's also in the order of conditions, because the Conservation Commission technically has to review this as the first.
Right. Oh,
Part of their.
a part of their order of conditions? Okay. If the primary entrance for construction vehicles.
I don't want to move the drawing right now because I have the
That's all
lighting
right.
plan
No,
open.
you don't need to. No. If that's going to be the entrance, the primary entrance to the site and for the construction vehicles, how are you going to manage traffic on Duck Pond Road? It doesn't appear to be a two-way road at this time. It's a private road, so I know that there has been stated that those are not subject to the town regulations for roads. But, I mean, it has to be wide enough to accommodate two-way traffic, right?
The city, the applicant has to file a comprehensive plan for construction management, including vehicular traffic, all that sort of stuff. And the city has to approve that plan. So there's another process in terms of looking at that document and the city making sure that it works, whatever the proposals are. And so the city staff, et cetera, would have to sign off on.
Okay, does that also cover noise and dust management?
Yes, it would. There is specific ordinance language already from Health Department regulations about construction timing. I want to say I don't want to say it because I'm not positive without looking it up, but I think it's, don't hold me to this, I think it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That's for noise,
Yeah,
right?
and that wouldn't, I believe there's no construction allowed on Sundays or holidays.
Okay,
I'm not positive on that. It's.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But there is, yep,
Yep,
something in place.
there is already ordinances in place for construction activity.
Okay. Are you planning to blast on that access on Duck Pond Road?
We've answered this in writing previously. Yes, there is blasting. There is an ordinance that requires notification and pre-blast surveys to qualifying residents, and Corcoran will be complying with that regulation.
Okay, I believe there's a post-construction survey of the foundation required as well? Is that right?
I don't know in which cases that is required, but there is an ordinance in place and we will be complying with it.
Okay. So if there is damage to our foundation, will you provide us with a certificate of liability or some sort of escrow account to cover the damage so we don't have to take you to court to get our foundation fixed?
We are required to demonstrate to the city that there is adequate liability insurance. I'm
Does that-
not familiar with developers providing escrow accounts in advance. Certainly something we can talk about, but I don't think that it is likely that they would do more than what is
So-
required, which is designed to make sure that there is both a pre-construction survey and a post-construction survey. And then the law kicks in and the city is part of that process to make sure that damage is corrected if it results from the blasting.
So the certificate of liability would cover our condominium? Is that what you're
I'm not
saying?
saying that. I'm saying
No,
we'll do
I'm
whatever
asking
the
you,
law
will
requires.
it, does anyone know the answer to that?
It's
How-
outside of this board's scope, so.
Okay.
This board wouldn't know the answer to that question.
So,
But we do know from past, there have been projects where there has been blasting and the same process was in place. And the ordinance, I believe, also has, the city has to sign off that it's okay. It's not like, hey, we're going to blast, and boom, boom, that's it. I mean, it's a very controlled.
no, I understand that, but I'm just wondering what the coverage is on city land versus private land.
Can we personalize this a little bit? We
Yeah.
keep saying the city. Is this the building inspector? Should
I
this?
don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah. I think, yeah,
What's that?
that might be through the fire department.
Or the engineering department, or a combination.
It's the fire department.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's for blasting, but I'm asking about who's going to cover it. How are
So-
we
so
hypothetically
if
covered?
an
That's all I'm
interested
asking.
abutter
is
had a question here,
Who
to
insures?
whom should that question
Who
be
insures
directed?
us is all I'm asking.
Should this
So-
question be
Try-
directed to Captain Kraling?
I think it's Captain Crayling.
Some other, a different board.
So Captain Kraling is the what is he?
Bureau of Fire Chief.
Fire prevention or something?
Prevention.
Yeah.
Rather than randomly do that, my suggestion is.
Email the man.
That you contact the planning department, and the planning department will make sure that it gets to the proper person.
Thanks, Derek.
Sorry,
Sorry, Ken.
because that's within our purview. If that's reasonable, I
That's
think that's a
reasonable.
reasonable thing.
Yep.
So we'll find who that person is who'd be able to answer the question in the level of detail that you're looking for and need and deserve.
Okay. You state that this is a by right project. Does that mean that you have to permit it at the size that is being presented?
Yes.
We have the ability to condition the project, but by right means that everything that's being, the one thing that was not within the zoning was the parking.
The special permit that was granted for the
And
reduction.
that was a
Yeah.
whole separate discussion, and that passed on its merits, and so, but beyond that, the zoning regulations are being followed here. There's no request for waivers or special permits beyond for
So
construction,
you can't,
for
yeah, you
height,
you
for-
can't reduce it.
Correct.
No.
That's right.
It could actually be larger.
Don't say that. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen, is this yours? Hi, Dimitri K., 4 Duck Pond Road, Unit 207. I just wanted a clarification. Is there a bus hut or a bus shack near that intersection? Because, again, there's not even a bus plan route, or a bus route plan there, so I'm not sure why that's prematurely getting put up. I think it's an eyesore as well. It doesn't really fit the scenery there, having a bus stop there or a little glass hut. Nefarious activity can occur there. So is that still planned there, right? Developers, yeah? What, is it there for a future bus route, potential use? There's not one there now, right? Seems like it's more work. Somebody's gonna have to shovel it out each time, and
There's not one there. I don't remember exactly when this was determined. I think it was with the Parking and Traffic Commission, and the city is hopeful that bus service can be more robust there. And so one of the things the applicant offered to do was to construct a bus shelter to hopefully accommodate that future use.
gotcha, yeah, that makes sense. Take care of it now. While you're up on this slide, I was just curious, can this project go forward while the developer doesn't have easement through Apple Village?
It would be a condition of approval. They are requesting of the board that we approve both plans.
Okay,
One with the access easement and one without.
gotcha.
That's something that the board needs to consider and discuss still. There hasn't been much discussion on that aspect yet.
Okay. And then Miranda was mentioning that some retaining walls have been removed. Has Joe checked that that's engineering viable and safe to remove that much earth with less retaining walls? I'm not a fan of retaining walls, but I'm just worried, talking about dropping retaining walls, it's like dropping walls in a house, you know, you can't drop supporting walls. Have we made sure engineering's good with that?
Is the question to Joe Pesnola with Hancock
guess so,
Engineering about,
yeah.
has a structural analysis been performed?
That said it's okay to
on the-
remove those retaining walls that Miranda was mentioning behind Building
Yeah.
6 and then the surface lot.
Yes, and they've been subject to peer review in the Conservation Commission, and they're currently being reviewed by the Engineering Department, and obviously, Joe has looked carefully at the design and is stamping those plans, so he's comfortable that they are adequate.
Okay. And then the last question was, we didn't go over at this meeting, but last meeting they talked about the walkways and the crosswalks on Trask Lane. Has that been confirmed or revisited? Because I know last time, I think the meeting stopped basically on this discussion about, you know, it's going to pinch on the corners, where's even room for a pedestrian walk on the side? Do we have enough room for 2 cars there? And again, I just walked down this road this weekend, previous weekend I walked there a lot, and
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion at one of our previous meetings regarding the proposed striping and layout plan for Trask Lane with 10-foot drive aisles and 5-foot pedestrian combination pedestrian and bike lanes without sidewalks and just with striping.
okay.
Do you want to speak to this? I think it was in one of Rebecca's letters that it's been reviewed by somewhere with Massachusetts, one of the Massachusetts state departments.
Yes, the applicant we haven't quite figured out yet. We haven't come to agreement, I think, with the board. We did not come to agreement with the Parking and Traffic Commission on this point. They've asked for one thing. We have looked carefully at this design and proposed what we think actually provides the safest and most effective pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. As the written materials indicated, Rebecca Brown from GPI met with Mass DOT as part of the DOT access permit. They're starting that application process. And they reviewed all of the mitigation that has been proposed on the DOT jurisdictional intersections. This, to be clear, is not within their jurisdiction, but they did ask what's going on with Trask Lane. Rebecca showed them, explained that there was, that what we had proposed to do in terms of accommodating bikes and pedestrians without a raised, separated sidewalk. And as she says in her report, Mass DOT actually concurred and said that that was much preferred from their perspective in terms of a safety for bicyclists, I believe. And so I think that's one of the topics for our next meeting, is to review the conditions for, the proposed conditions for a decision, and to get into the final discussion of that mitigation.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. It's Dan Ahmed from 4 Duck Pond Road. Question on the convenience store. If everyone is saying it's going to fail, why go through this process on building it? Why waste the time and money?
I don't think anyone's saying it's going to fail. I'm saying that I think what they're saying is they've had a difficult time leasing a space like this in the past. No one wants it to fail. Certainly Corcoran doesn't want it to fail because they're setting aside the space for it.
So what happens when it does?
I think the plan would be to convert it back to amenity space, which was what it was before. It was going to be dedicated to resident amenity space or office for management. So it would be returned to that use.
Can I pop in here too? Just history-wise, like, this was a request of the neighborhood, perhaps not of you, but in I think our first meeting on this 10 months ago, whatever it was now at this point, Councilor Rotundo was here and specifically pushed for that and thought it would be a good amenity for the folks living down in Apple Village. So that's sort of how that came up.
But we made requests too, and they were denied. And so, like, this doesn't make any sense. You're not gonna, let's just say that you do build it out, and then in 5 years, like, no one goes there anymore because it's too expensive. So now, something that was for the community, now the developer's saying they're gonna take it back and do their own stuff on it. So what do we get out of it when it fails?
So Mr. Ahmed, I would look at it a little bit differently, at least, in terms of when the idea came up about having a convenience store, understanding then, okay, the developer is saying, we can't guarantee that there's a convenience store there, nor are we in the convenience store business of running this. They'll actually market this property, and they've said for 3 years they will be working to see if they can get a convenience store operator to come in to set up a convenience store there. If I was a young person, I'm pretty interested in setting up a convenience store there, because I personally think a food desert is a good place to set up something that you know, anyway,
But-
I
but
personally think there's
a
going to be.
5-minute drive,
But.
you have all the
but
food in the
can-
world.
Excuse
No,
me,
but that's
sir.
the point. We don't want, when you need a gallon of milk right now, what do you have to do?
Let me
I'm sorry.
finish my thought.
Sorry.
Okay? And so the idea here is that for 3 years, there's going to be marketing and have a convenience store there, have the residents find that this exists, and it'll be up to the convenience store operator as to whether or not they're able to provide things at a decent price and, you know, what the people want. It's capitalism 101, like any local convenience store. I do not believe that the developer is going to be making the decision about whether or not a convenience store succeeds. I think that it'll be whether or not people go there to buy. It was asked for. There's a feeling that there's going to be a demand. The big concern, I remember the first few hearings, food desert, food desert, food desert, cars, drive away, bus service, we need shuttles, we need all these different things because, you know, people don't have any other option except to walk a long way, to bike dangerously, or, you know, so this is an opportunity, hopefully, to be able to have one. So I think that if there's demand from people who live there, including people who are living in Folly Hill, Apple Village, your wonderful condos, then, you know, then probably it has some chance to succeed. But this was something that was put in because it was a request from the neighborhood. And so I think it's a positive thing rather than what happens when it fails. I don't think that's the plan right now.
But my concern is now there's going to be more traffic coming. Like, you're already estimating that there's 200 cars per hour, 200 to 300. Now, cars from other neighborhoods, like in walking distance, I forget the property, the Trask Lane, all those homes, they're all going to come and to that location at night to get something.
Well, it's also walkable, and that's.
Yeah, but do you feel safe walking at like 9, 10 o'clock at night?
In that area, that might be an area, I think that probably everyone will feel pretty safe. But anyway, my feeling is, you're raising good questions. Appreciate that, but at this point in time, we can't predict exactly what's going to happen. The good news is we have the opportunity for something to happen there.
Okay, so my next
Yes,
question.
wait a second. Wayne, did you want to say something?
Just trying to understand your concern. Is your concern that people are going to pull off the highway to go over to this little convenience store? Is that your issue?
I have two concerns. Concern number one is, why put this in the community if it's already seeing that it's going to be difficult to build out? Like, why take up that space? Why not develop something better for the community? That's my number one concern. Number two concern is, will it increase traffic?
Okay, so you're perceiving some lost opportunity. They're building this instead of something else. Did you have a vinyl record store in mind? I don't get what you're looking for.
I don't know. Like, they're saying families build a park or something. Build something where the community can come together. I don't know.
I agree with you, Miranda.
It's a question. Build a greenhouse. I don't know. That's just what comes to mind. Instead of there being traffic, do something, build a greenhouse for the community. So
I'm sure that both the board and the applicant would be most interested to hear alternative ideas if you have them, such as a greenhouse or something.
Okay. The next question I have is about safety. So it was brought up 200 to 300 cars. And when you want some peer review done, when do you think that can take place?
Between now and the next meeting.
Oh, okay, okay. Like, will you guys put actual milers to see how many cars are coming in that crazy?
Actually, I don't know. I doubt it.
We have the data.
We have data already.
We have the data now.
Okay,
And so what I'm interested in is having the peer reviewer review it from the pedestrian side of things in terms of each one of the points where pedestrians, kids, adults, pet walkers, whatever, would come in, alongside the traffic, and whether or not the mitigation that's been proposed or other mitigation would be best for the site to make sure that safety's there. So the city has a peer reviewer to look at this information and then be able to talk with us about it.
okay. The question on easement from Apple Village. So I think the developer said that conversations have been going well. Can we get an idea of how well? Are they saying that, yeah, we'd be happy to give the easement? Like, where are we? Will it happen in the next 3 months? Is there any type of forward discussion on that?
The applicant isn't required to inform us except to say, has said they're ongoing discussions and that, they're moving forward with the discussions. So we'll see where it is, but a litmus test, it's hard to.
So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, if the discussions are still going, like, at what point is there a cutoff and you're like, okay, forget it, we're not going to go for the easement anymore, and everything is going to go through Duck Pond?
So we understand that it can't go on like that forever. We have submitted 2 fully engineered plans at this point. We will get the second one peer-reviewed before the next meeting. But to be clear, we are going to ask the board to vote that if the easement from Apple Village cannot be obtained by whenever the applicant applies for a building permit, for example, and we have to have construction plans, that the other access will automatically kick in and be approved. But it will have already been reviewed. It will be fully engineered. You can see, everybody, there's full transparency as to what the alternative will be. We're really hoping that the easement comes through. But if it doesn't, the applicant is saying, we're still building the project, and we've designed it, and here it is. We really want to do this one, and we're going to do the best we can to do it, but it's not going to prevent the project from going forward. And we have fully engineered it. We've been transparent with the board from day one. We have every reason to think that it's in Apple Village's best interest to grant the easement. And so we are confident that ultimately that will be the result. But in the meantime, we would like to proceed with approvals.
Okay.
So you're
And I just
suggesting,
want to clarify to the speaker's last question. To the extent that there was discussion about pedestrian circulation within the site, that, to be clear, has been peer-reviewed. That was part of the peer review scope, and that has been reviewed on behalf of the city already. And the only thing that will be reviewed again is how that is impacted by the alternative access. But it has been reviewed thoroughly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Anyone else from inside the room? Outside? Mr. Squibb had his hand up, and
Looks like he's gone.
is there anyone else online?
Yep, there he is.
There he is. Mr. Squibb, can you hear us?
Yes.
You had a question? Or could you give us your address?
509 Cabot Street.
Thank you.
And sorry, my computer shut down. But no, I don't have a question this evening. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
You had your hand up, so I just wanted to make sure you were able to be heard.
yeah, Derek?
Thank you.
Yes, Wayne.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up a little bit. I just wanted to make it as clear as possible that the applicant maintains that the easement, the access, is not a requirement of project viability. You can do this project without the access.
Yes, because we already have rights.
Yes, clearly
the
you
other
don't
two.
prefer that, but
Yes.
you are maintaining that you do not require that easement access for project viability.
Correct.
That's all. Just wanted to recap that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the board, or should we have this be a bookmark spot to continue this to our next meeting? I'd welcome a motion to continue this hearing to our next meeting. Ms. Flannery?
Yes, I move to continue the public hearing, for site plan review number 168-24 to September 16th.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. All those in favor? Opposed? It is unanimous. We'll see you on September 16th. Thank you. Thank you. We still have a long evening in front of us here with several other matters. I want to thank everyone who came. Remember to get your questions in early and often. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our public hearings for the evening. I'd welcome a motion to reconvene our meeting, our regular meeting.
So moved.
I have a motion and seconded by Judy. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we are back in regular session. Next up is Mr. Griffin to talk to us about the request for release from performance guarantee definitive subdivision plan for 63 Sturdivan Street, Beverly, Mass. Mr. Griffin,
Thank you very much. This is the Sturdivan Street extension. The road has been constructed, the houses have been constructed, they're sold, they're occupied. We've done the as-built survey, the punch list, everything's complete, so it's appropriate for the planning board to release the bond that they're still holding for the construction of the road. I believe the amount is $75,000.
That's correct. That number is correct. The statute, the ordinance says that 20% be held for an additional 18 months in case of any unforeseen circumstances. In this case, that amount would be $15,000, and the engineering department has said, don't bother holding $15,000. So we can, everyone's okay with releasing the entire amount.
So engineering is signed off,
Yes.
and obviously planning department has.
The only question I had to do with one comment from the stormwater management post-construction inspection form about missing outlet hoods.
Those have been installed.
Okay, that was the only question.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Just, there were no conditions that remain unmet.
Everything's,
Thank you.
yeah.
Any other questions? I'd welcome a motion. Mr. Gomes.
Mr. Chair, move to release the performance guarantee for definitive subdivision PLB 23-0006, 63 Sturdivan Street. Applicant Griffin Engineering Group, Robert H. Griffin, P.E., on behalf of Symes Associates, doing business as Concord Pastures LLC.
And seconded by Ms. Flannery. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It is unanimous, 8-0.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for waiting. Okay, we're zipping through now. Next up is to number 9 on our agenda, to endorse a definitive subdivision plan without covenant for 14 Greenwood Ave. Applicant 14 Greenwood, Beverly LLC.
And we don't have to, we made no plan revisions, but we did submit Mylars, which I think are ready for endorsement at this point in time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
There were a couple of conditions from our decision that had to do with details being added. A detail for force main wetland crossing is to be provided in the plans prior to endorsement before the board. A detail for the proposed junction valve manholes to be provided on the plans prior to endorsement by the board. And both of those details are added on these Mylars.
Yeah, I think they had been provided to the Conservation Commission. They hadn't made it into the planning board set or something like that, but, and they're pretty straightforward.
Okay, so.
And real quick, previous to our discussion, without covenant, there's no city infrastructure being created on here. There's no new road, there's no new public utility, it's all private, and just the improvement of the gravel driveway for 14 Greenwood, so there's no reason for any kind of performance covenant or performance bond for this subdivision.
Okay. So what's before us is to decide whether or not to endorse the definitive subdivision, and if so, then we will actually take if we do that, we'll take a few-minute break to go over to the table, and actually, we all have to sign since the chair is vacant.
Yeah, or at least a majority of the board. I think
Okay.
there's 6 or 7 lines available for signature.
Okay.
Get out of the way.
The board had passed a I don't know what the proper terminology would be, something that allows the chair to sign on behalf
Yes.
of the board. However, we are currently without a chair, so rather than having what Mr. Beckwith would be the vice chair sign, in order to keep everything sort of more legal, I think the majority of the board should sign these.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Clausen.
So I'd welcome a motion. Yes, Ms. Flannery?
Mr. Beckwith, I move to endorse the definitive subdivision plan for 14 Greenwood Avenue, noting that the applicant remains held to all conditions of approval as stated on the July 17th, 2025 decision letter, and no building and/or certificate of occupancy permit shall be issued until each related condition has been completed.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Any discussion?
Well, I mean, are we gonna rock, paper, scissors? I mean, how are we gonna know who's gonna sign it?
All those in favor? Opposed? It passes unanimously.
Thank you all very much.
Congratulations. Thank you. And at this point, we're going to take a brief recess while we amble on over and sign the Mylars.
Second.
Motion, second. All those in favor? Majority opposed? Here we go. We are in recess. Okay, we're back. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to do that and for the late hour. No, it's not. Thank you very much. I have to repeat myself again, but we are in the final several items on the agenda. We are at item number 10, which is a modification request for site plan review number 163-23, 451 Essex Street. There are two here.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two, they're related but separate.
Yeah. Any particular order you want us to take them in?
Ms.
Oh, there we
I'm
are.
assuming that
Hi.
I'm assuming you're Ms. Costanzo?
Hi. You all look kind of tired, so I'll make this quick.
Name and address.
Oh, Beth Costanzo, Gloucester, Massachusetts, 16 Gibbs Hill Drive, Gloucester, Mass. The property is 451 Essex Street in Beverly, and I'm looking to put a 6-foot-high fence that's roughly 18 by 38. I want to make a play center for kids that does birthday parties. So it's like 10, 15 kids, their parents come. It's a 2-hour birthday party. It's usually on the weekends. I own a daycare center in Gloucester, so I'm familiar with licensing, but I'm not familiar with play center birthday parties per se. I'm going to leave it grass outside. I'm going to leave the vegetation the way it is. I like natural better. Even in my daycare centers, I don't have these big monstrosities. I don't have cement. I don't have any of that. There will only be one staff at a time because basically I'm just, oh, you need candles for the cake. Oh, you need lighter to light the candles. So it's just basic, just monitoring the situation. So there's only one staff needed. So basically that's it. I went to Conservation last week. They said, welcome to Beverly. I took that as positive. So basically that's what I want to do in Beverly.
Okay, so you're not the owner of the property?
I am not.
No, so,
The owner of the property owns the gas station next to me.
yeah.
Fazio.
Fazio.
Enterprise, right? So, but they obviously are good with this modification?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've had, in my 6 years on the board, that someone who's not the owner or representing the owner of the property, but a prospective leasee has come asking for a modification for something, so hence the questions.
Oh, no,
That's why, that's all. So do you have the lease now, or are you hoping to?
I'm hoping to, if you say, or if I get the approvals from ultimately Jim Butler at the end, too.
Okay, yeah. The
I
fence.
could get a letter from him if needed.
That would,
I didn't even think of that.
I think that would be necessary for building permits.
Yeah, absolutely.
anyway.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. So in terms of the fence, is this picture that you have here with the Adventures of Scuba Jack, is this a mock-up of
Yeah, it's just
roughly what it
AI,
would be
just to show you.
like?
Just a black chain link fence, and I think it would probably be 6 feet. I wrote 4 to 6, but I got a feeling it will be a 6.
So right now, there are plantings that are there. There's a existing walkway.
Correct.
Of stones that go right through the area that looks to be in the exact footprint where this fencing would be.
Correct.
So you're saying that those plantings, the drainage access, all of that would remain the same?
I mean, I think what I would do outside is maybe put some birthday party tables. They could sit there and eat their cake, maybe a little bouncy house. It wouldn't be anything major. Just an area to go out to run. And that would only be in the summer, obviously.
That is the landscaping plan.
So that's the landscaping plan that we approved and they built.
And this,
Right.
basically, if we try to remember where that fence line is from this picture and go back to the landscaping plan. Of course, things don't work the way they're
Yeah.
supposed to. It's roughly like that.
Yeah. It's a pretty significant in the front, from our perspective, on the top right of the building, where the shrubs are, the three shrubs, closer, right up against the building. There's
Yeah.
actually, like a very sizable 8 to 12-inch drain that is there as part of, trying to remember stormwater management, et cetera, that is coming right in that area. I don't know exactly where it is, but,
Let's see if we can find it.
yeah.
Nothing, this thing's so bogged down. This is the utilities plan, so it's probably on here. Yeah, you're talking right here, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yep, there's two area drains.
But that seems to be where the fence would be coming into the building at that point, so, yeah. Okay, well, I think I have some other questions, but I'll just, ask away. Who has any questions of the applicant? Yes.
I guess, I mean, that's been built, right? Like,
Yes.
Yes,
this is
it's
done.
there. I
It's
saw
done.
it.
There.
I saw
I
it
did
yesterday.
today. It's all
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is there.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry, George. Yeah, this building's built, the residential is all occupied.
Yeah.
The
This is
commercial
just
is
getting
not
the
yet.
commercial sorted,
Yeah.
yeah.
Correct.
Remind me how many units are there?
There are 5
Five.
residential units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're
1,
doing
2,
this
3, 4, 5.
in associate with the commercial space.
Correct, it's 2 stories.
Yeah, I haven't visited there for a few months.
I mean, would you want maybe a smaller fenced-in area, or it doesn't matter? No, okay.
It's, actually, I shouldn't answer that question. It's-
Mr. Clausen, I have a
Yep.
question for
Yep.
you, through Mr. Beckwith. It's on your staff report,
Mhm.
you're indicating on the plantings.
Mhm. That was my thought, because I don't, if there's gonna be kids running around out there, I don't see how they're gonna survive.
Well, the other thing, though, is that the plantings are part of the mitigation
Yeah.
of the order of conditions.
Yeah, that was the other, I found that out afterwards.
Well, that's why I'm thinking,
Yeah.
okay, so.
So if the plantings are gonna remain, they need to remain.
Yeah.
Even if they get trampled down, and they're part of the mitigation for, from Conservation Commission, it's part of their order of conditions in order to have, disturbance within the buffer area.
Can you flip back to the other, to the,
Her plan?
oh, I'm sorry. No, the landscaping plan. Sorry, I think you were still on maybe the engineering plan there. What, I mean, I know we have lines of bushes against the building, that line of bushes there. What is that planted, that sort of wavy
Yes.
area there? That's all planted with
Yes,
like lower level
it's all in
shrubs and
exist-
stuff
yeah,
like that?
Yeah.
It's planted, there's a walkway.
Yep.
Then the walkway becomes flagstones, large, like 1 by 3 or
Yeah.
2 by 2.5 or so, whatever size flagstones that come around and go around the corner of the building.
So, part of me feels this is not our problem. Ms. Costanza, you went to Conservation Commission already, you said?
Yep,
And
last
they-
weekend, last Tuesday. I mean, those are like, I call them like black-eyed Susies, but they're like tall daisies.
Yeah, I think that's actually what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, according to the,
Who knew I knew?
Plan, yep.
And was there a decision from Conservation, or?
That's why I'm asking. That's what I
Yeah,
asked.
Yeah.
they said, welcome to Beverly, and I was fine.
It doesn't make sense.
Conservation Commission's good with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't,
But what about the,
I'm sorry?
What if some?
I think Bill Squibb's actually on Conservation Commission.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Show plan, please.
Yeah, he was, actually.
Show the plan, please, okay.
This would have been something for DRB to consider had it been,
We didn't see it.
had it been a part of the original plan,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
certainly. But at this juncture, they don't have any weigh-in on.
It depends
Yeah, we don't at the moment, but
It depends.
if this is major or minor,
we turn,
or if you
Right.
request DRB to review it.
Yeah.
Who's
Can we ask-
DRB? Who's
The
DRB?
Design Review
design
Board.
review
Oh,
board.
okay.
Can we ask DRB to review this without?
There's, the only thing that DRB would be reviewing would be a fence.
I'd like to inquire of our DRB representative. Would this be reasonable request?
Well, I would add, and as part of your thing, I have a question about, maybe this is something the DRB would look at in terms of chain link fence. I know it's to keep kids from running into the street and that sort of thing, but, and it's not a daycare facility, but, is there a better type of fence? Is there, I mean, part of the aesthetically pleasing front of the building, as it is right now, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to have Design Review Board take a look at it from that perspective, too.
And what would be the mechanism to have that take place?
The board requests it, or it is automatic if this becomes a major modification because a public hearing is required.
Which I do not believe it to, my opinion, I don't believe it to be a major modification.
Yeah.
Anything with the building.
As
And my
board members are
concern,
aware.
in addition to if you're questioning the fence, my concern is, as I spoke to earlier, the order of conditions with the flowers. Like, are they moved? If
No.
they- So they have to stay there?
They have to stay there. They have to stay there.
They have to
and
stay where they are, Ken?
They have to stay where, like,
Okay.
I'm
That's what I
assuming that
expect.
your approval that you got from the Conservation Commission is, you're leaving everything as is.
Correct.
Yeah, so that would be,
Oh,
she's
okay.
maintaining the order of conditions. If something were to fail, die, be trampled, it would need to be replaced in order to maintain the Conservation Commission's order of conditions.
Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, as a matter of opinion from me, I do not think that this would be a major modification. On the other hand, I would like to have DRB review it. And whatever mechanism that requires, I think we should investigate.
We just did something very similar with 50 Bulge, where we said that was a minor modification, but you wanted DRB to review it.
Let us do that.
Yeah, it could be worse. We could be saying that we're,
It's a major modification.
it's a major modification with big public hearing and all that sort of stuff, but at this point in time, and we haven't voted or anything, but there are members who are interested in having you go before the Design Review Board and have them look at it, and quite often they'll have suggestions, that sort of thing.
Is it like a forum like this? Like where you, oh, it's smaller? Okay.
It's smaller. It takes place in the conference room over here. It is it's not a public meeting, but it's open to the public.
Okay.
What we would be looking for is the exact, basically specifications, pictures, whatever your kind of fence you were going to be proposing. We need to see exactly what you're putting in.
Right. I think Jim had mentioned the chain link fence. I think that's where I got that.
Mr. Butler did?
I believe.
That would make sense.
It could be, you'd have a gate that then would continue from the side, because
Right,
there's
for the
an
walkway.
entrance in the front, so people would need to come in through the gate. It would need to make sure that it doesn't interfere with the drainage that comes into the building.
If it's just a chain link fence, what's the DRB going to review?
We're not. I mean, if it's a chain link fence, it's something that Mr. Butler has suggested, who's the building inspector that advises or works with the DRB.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was a opaque designed,
Oh, something very
something that
different.
meets a the stand, like as suggested in the staff report, that meets the standards for a daycare facility.
Exactly.
That can't be climbable, is opaque,
Correct.
that those kind, if it was something like that, that would be something that would be appropriate for the design review board to review. Otherwise, if
agree.
it's a chain link fence, what are we reviewing?
I mean, clearly I want something strong. I mean,
Well, to your point, Mr. Clausen, and as I said just a few minutes ago, Mr. Butler suggested the fence to her. That's what he suggested.
yeah,
So
yeah, I mean,
what we wouldn't be, it would be, thank you, Mr. Miller.
And what would the process be for working on exactly where it would be located? Would you be working with the building department? I mean, how would that work?
well, Mr. Bartley said to me, I had to have approval for conservation in you, and then I would come and talk to him. So we've had different conversations, and they've all been
That's her plan.
different. Yeah,
Whether it has, as long as it is within the, I don't know, certain amounts of, like, I don't even know what I'm trying to say here, like, within that area, because I know that, like you said, Mr. Beckwith, that storm drain is right around there somewhere. Obviously, she's not gonna put
Yeah.
a chain link fence over top of it, where
No.
exactly where a storm drain would be, so maybe it's a foot left or a foot right of there, and she's also gonna avoid plants.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
it's gonna be basically this.
It's gonna be
Right.
where it fits
Okay.
best.
right.
It's going to be wherever it fits in this area here.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I don't imagine it would, like, I think this is as far out as we want it to go, because we don't want it anywhere closer to Essex Street. And there are also bollards proposed up here
yes.
that I think, again, when it goes to the building permit, municipal
Yep.
inspections will need to review for
And they'll-
spacing,
Right.
placement.
Of the bollards?
Yeah.
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 There were a couple up there near the.
Yeah, there's already a few that exist already around the transformer.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah.
Would that catch basin be inside the fence?
The catch
The-
basin
the-
by the walkway?
Yes, I'm trying to like visualize it. I'm just thinking like if kids are running around, like it might
It's
come back.
kind of like it's right next to the building,
It's right next to the building.
before
It's-
the
it's-
walkway,
It's,
correct?
We have these still
Is this
have-
what we're talking about?
Should have taken a picture of it.
it's
This is-
within all these plantings,
Yeah.
in between the sidewalk and
Yeah.
in the building face, it's right about here.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's where a roof leader would tie into,
Right.
that goes to the infiltration chambers that are underneath the parking lot.
Yeah.
Because there's one I think there's one over here also, that looks like roof leaders wrap around and goes to the infiltration chamber. I can pull up that plan again.
I just would
But Mr.
be
Butler
worried about someone
would-
falling over, tripping over it, or
Right,
kids
yeah.
playing as they do.
But when
And
she comes back
Are
with
you
Jim
talking about the
Butler,
grate in the
she'd be
ground?
working-
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Yeah.
the fence doesn't have to be,
yeah, yeah.
I mean, it could be small, I can,
Exactly. I'm just, as kind of a suggestion.
Right.
You know,
right,
heaven forbid something happens, you don't want to deal with that.
right.
So my other question besides this, which seems to be sort of getting to a spot where, I don't see a lot of hands jumping up about it right now, but parking.
So
How many
there's
spots do you have?
11.
Well, you have 11 spots.
Commercial is 11.
Okay. And what's the size of the parties you usually have?
I mean, birthday parties are 15, 20 kids. 10 to 20 kids. I don't want anything bigger than that. I mean, I have 1,700 square feet, so I don't want to I just want something nice and relaxed with 20 kids, 15 kids.
And to your point, Mr. Beckwith, the 11 parking spaces, which one is yours, would be enough to accommodate a birthday party?
I believe so, yeah.
Per our zoning, this is under the personal services category, which requires, I think, one space for every 275 square feet. So there is enough parking to meet the square footage requirements for the space. However, I don't think that's necessarily relevant for this type of use.
Yeah. As I was reading, yeah.
Yes, Sarah?
I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing here, because I also have not had the experience of having a lessee come before us to ask for a modification. Like typically the owner would represent modifications to his plan. So
He didn't offer.
And clearly, like, we're not vetting who can do business in the city of Beverly. Parking isn't really, to me, it doesn't seem relevant. That should have been covered in, like, our purview was when this thing got to, like, we permitted the structure, right?
Right.
You're here because you want to put a fence, and the fence wasn't in the original plans.
Right.
So what should happen is the owner would come to us to ask for a modification for the fence. Instead, you are here. I just want to make sure I understand, like, am I missing something else that we're supposed to be discussing? It just seems unusual. I'm just trying to understand, like, how we got here.
It's different. It's how I started the.
Yeah, I'm with you, and
And-
like, this feels unusual, and I just want to make sure I understand, like,
I mean,
is there
personally, I
anything
think
else?
if we have a letter, that a condition could be a letter from the owner of the property approving what the plan is and moving forward, and that she's in fact a leasee or
Right.
well, I would say that the fence isn't going up unless you are actually have a
Correct.
signed lease anyway, so.
I talked to Mike weekly, and I talked to the realtors. They're like, go do it. I'm like, all right. And they never mentioned that they should, and it makes sense, right?
Because
It
I would
does.
think, to be honest with you, like, the plantings are required, I'm glad you're here, because you get to hear us say those plantings
Right, right, right.
are required to be there. However, in your defense, if that something were to happen to them, to me, it's like, you should probably have it outlined in your lease whose responsibility it is to make sure those plans are there. And ultimately, it's the owner's responsibility to satisfy their plans with the city, like,
That's a good point.
right? So I would think you would want that outline. I'm just trying to like process through we're giving her advice, but like typically for you to know, you wouldn't be the one repreted before us.
But
We
I'm glad,
typically.
thank you for that, because this is the first time I've ever
So
done
if we
this.
all look confused, that's why. Well, I'll speak for myself. It's why I'm confused and why our chair started by asking that question. I mean, for my part, if it is a chain link fence, I don't see that as a major modification. But I agree that a letter indicating
I
that
agree with
that they sought this and they had you go before us instead of coming themselves would be useful.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
No, I agree. That's a good point. I had no idea, which is good, now I know. They never said anything at conservation, so I just kept moving along. They never said anything to me.
Well, what are people thinking here, Judy?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to add much, but just on the same lines. I wasn't quite sure even what I had to ask, because the chain link fence doesn't seem like a major consideration. But there's this issue that is putting a lot of responsibility on you,
Right.
and it's not your property. And then the kind of questions that might come up, and this may be totally inappropriate for me to bring up here, but a question about, say, what types of entertainments, or, you mentioned about a bouncy house.
Right.
Well, those aren't related to the planning board's purview at all. But that made me wonder, what is the process for deciding, well, because.
Right, right.
Because, again, because they're putting a lot on you.
Right.
You know what you want to do. This is a place, this is a setting, a venue. Yeah, I don't think the chain link fence is a major modification. But at what point in the whole process do these other factors that could be much bigger factors get considered relating to noise and,
It doesn't.
okay.
The short answer to your question is, when we're discussing what's a major and a minor modification, it is entirely subjective. There is no definition of what makes major and minor. It's personal opinion.
That's actually very helpful.
Wayne?
It kind of would appear that the owner sent you forth into the world to find out if the planning board would approve this thing. It's like, go find out if the planning board will approve it.
Apparently.
I think that you can go back to the owner and say, I think the planning board will approve it, if you show up And that's conjecture, but that's.
Does Mike
if he
Fazio
sent
ever
you to
show
find
up? I'm
out-
not sure.
If he sent you to find out if we'd approve it, you can give him your opinion at this point. And I would leave it at that.
I would say that, I'd offered the idea that we continue this to our next meeting, and that either, Mr. Fazio come to the meeting, or, provide the applicant with, a letter outlining, support, approval, et cetera, with that.
Yeah.
That has to happen regardless, especially when she applies, when she applies for the building permit, that is a required document, permission from the owner to perform the work.
To perform the work,
Yeah.
I'm saying in terms of us making our findings and, you know,
I mean, I can have a letter by tomorrow, I'm sure, from Mike. I mean, do you?
we meet monthly.
Oh, okay, so at the next meeting, okay. Okay,
So
I'm
you
coming
would
back.
be, it would be September 16th.
Okay.
Let me write that down.
Jim, you're looking far into the future. You're thinking, it looks like you're thinking of something.
It boggles my mind that we are going to require her to come back to us next month to put up a chain link fence. And I don't think we should do that. That's my opinion. I personally, I don't even understand why this qualifies as a change to the plan. There's nothing changing structurally about the building. There's nothing changing about the drainage. We've discussed ad nauseum. Nothing can change about the planting. I don't understand, like, I don't know what we're doing here at a certain point. We've been here a long time tonight.
I guess my kind of wonder is, like, you put a chain link fence up, how does that affect the planting? Does it put the liability on you versus the owner? And maybe Donald can answer
That would be between her and the owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of that's under our jurisdiction, as long as it gets taken care of,
Yeah.
that the order of conditions for the
But I
Conservation
don't think,
Commission are
you know,
maintained.
if she builds a fence and knocks up some plants, which she might think is okay, that's his problem now, right?
Yep.
So as long as he knows that and can provide the letter and say, do whatever you want, or,
The fence isn't really by the planting. I mean, I know where the planting is, so it's kind of, but I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
totally understand. I shouldn't be here, sorry. No one told me.
No, you're doing great.
Sorry
You're
to
doing
waste
just
your
fine.
time.
Absolutely do not apologize.
Okay, so all that being said, and so that we can move this meeting along, if someone's gonna make a motion, I'd feel more comfortable if there was a condition in the motion about having a letter from the owner for our file in support of it.
That's
But
I
we
can
do
certainly do
that,
that.
something that could happen afterwards, and we decide first if this is minor or major.
Okay.
Mr. Gomes?
Mr. Chair, regarding the proposed modification to site plan review number 162-23, 455 Essex Street, applicant Beth Costanzo, I move that the planning board deem the modification minor in nature.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Miller. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 8-0 in the affirmative. Yes.
It's
Mr. Chair,
451 Essex. You said 455, did you say?
Oh, good catch.
did I?
It's understood.
Oh, okay, all right, I just wanted,
I apologize if I
no,
did.
no, 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 no.
I've been doing a lot of reading tonight.
You guys are tired.
I
don't
apologize.
blame you.
Mr. Chair, regarding, I move that the planning board grant the modification to site plan review number 162-23, 451 Essex Street, applicant Beth Costanzo, subject to the condition that the applicant shall provide a letter from the owner of the property accepting or approving of the proposed change to the plan.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Passes in the affirmative, 8-0.
Thank you.
There is a second component to this modification that I think Mr. Griffin's going to speak to.
There is?
There, you're done.
Oh, I'm done.
You're good. You
Oh,
got your
okay, great,
approval.
thank you.
You're all set, Beth.
The same,
Thank you very much.
the same property. Now we have a minor modification, or a modification request
Mr. Griffin.
It's still 451. so it's-
for,
yeah.
for 451 Essex Street, site plan review number 162-23 for a platform lift addition.
So you may recall that we had one modification to this project about a year ago. We added a couple of parking spaces, and we changed, well, we basically added 2 parking spaces near the entrance. Mr. Fazio has determined that it would be easier to lease his commercial space if he included a commercial lift to get from the first floor to the second floor. There's a provision in the building code which allows small offices that are not sort of accessed by the public to have 2-story commercial spaces without an elevators. And so the approved plan has 2 1,000 square foot suites in the commercial bay. But he, after trying a long time to get those offices leased, has been unable to do so. So regardless of Mrs. Costanza's project, he would like to add this lift to the building. It's a relatively small lift. This is a cross-section, or I'm sorry, building elevation that was modified by the construction contractor, but basically it's about 6 feet wide and 6 feet deep, and there's just a car that goes from the first floor to the second floor. So in the elevation here, you lose a window here, you lose a window here. The top would have the same sort of treatment as these other little dormers here, here, and here, and so it would blend right in, be the same materials as the rest of the building. You know, I think it would look fine. I don't think it would be very noticeable. Here's a picture. Again, here's the area where the lift, you'd lose that window, you'd lose that window, and it would be a box, basically with this car going up and down. Here's a little zoomed-in area here. The area is paved where this is right now, so you know, you lose 6 feet of that pavement. I think that spot is intended for bike parking. I think there's still enough room to park bikes there. The ramp and the curbing and the doorway to the building all stays the same.
So this is accessed from this area?
This is from, yeah, this is from the side. This is to get out of your commercial parking spaces, you walk across, and you would go in the building to actually get up to the second floor. So there wouldn't be an exterior entrance to the elevator. It would only be accessible from the inside.
Okay. And the material is the same shingling?
Yes, exactly, yeah. All the trim and roofing materials would be the same as you see there.
This kind of runs into the same problem that we were speaking about with Ms. Costanza. There is landscaping right there that is probably part of the order of conditions. Have you been to Concom yet for this?
No.
Okay.
No.
That'll be handled by them.
Yeah.
They're playing a little loosey-goosey with this.
Yeah, I mean,
That's,
you know,
it's
there's
not
a, looks like there's a shrub there, and maybe the thing gets moved or something like
Yeah,
that. Maybe
that's,
it might even get put in front.
some kind of, just move to a different location.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no drain there, right? The drain is on the other side of the door?
I think there's one
think there's one
here
right
and there's
there.
one around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to move this along with conditioning? I mean, can we?
Mr. Griffin's representing the,
He's it.
representing, you're talking about the owner, not no?
No, I'm talking about the CONSCOM.
They're kind of separate from the board. We can't really condition anything on Conservation Commission.
On their approval.
Yeah.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to expedite this
Yeah.
if possible. But I guess not.
So that's it. And the building already meets ADA requirements.
Yeah,
I don't know if we
it's
could-
definitely code compliant, but this would, it would allow, instead of having those 2 separate 1,000 square foot commercial spaces, he would be able to rent out a full 2,000 square feet to one tenant,
Yeah.
because that trips him into this need for an elevator.
It makes perfect sense.
And, yeah, I don't know the ADA ordinance well enough to do it. I'm just, you know, in terms of a benefit for people, let's say the applicant who is just here, having a diverse, you know, population of people who are coming in for a party or something like that, to have elevator access to the second floor sounds like a pretty good
Important,
thing.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
This is a lift for human occupancy as well?
That's correct,
as-
yep.
Some are not.
You're right,
You know,
yeah.
Backbeat, for instance,
Yeah, you
has a
can
lift that is not.
Freight lifts, things like that, right, but this is intended for humans to get up and down the,
They have kits. This is basically a shell that's going to the kit will go right inside of it. And
Yeah.
Any other questions? Discussion? I
It's the same process, we're deeming this as a minor or a major?
yeah, and I would actually say it's minor. I'm trying to think of the impact that it has on the other units in the complex, and it doesn't have any. It's a relatively small footprint, done in the same style. It's for public benefit. It's not putting any sort of duress or anything like that, or causing an inconvenience for people. So in my mind, this is a minor, and I'll just let other people chime in terms of what their feelings are, or questions they have about them.
Yeah, as you may know, I'm particularly sensitive about what is major and minor, and I think that this is what a minor modification is designed to show. This is a minor modification, if I ever saw one.
I concur, Mr. Miller.
Is that a motion?
Welcome a motion.
I'm not a motion kind of guy.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
I move to deem the request for a platform lift addition, a minor modification at 451 Essex Street.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you all very
It is a minor modification. Question comes on whether to approve it or not.
We grant.
Yes.
Do you wish to
Questions?
grant, Mr. Beckwith? We grant the minor modification.
Do I wish the
I'm gonna
motion?
move, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Move to
Sure,
grant
yes.
the minor modification request for the platform lift addition at 451 Essex Street.
And this will then go to Concom?
Need a second?
I don't know, will it go to Concom? Is this
I think it's in
portion?
the buffer zone.
It's in the buffer?
I think you probably have to go to Concom, and we can possibly get a minor work permit, we can possibly do an RDA, but we'll have to get their consent.
Nevertheless, we can grant it.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Concludes my discussion.
Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Discussion? I think we've learned our lesson from the previous discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? 8-0 in the affirmative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and now, item 11 on the agenda, modification request. No. For definitive subdivision, 114 Livingston, 740 Terrace LLC, the applicants. Mr. Griffin, you're busy this evening.
I am busy this evening, but I paced myself, and it's 11 o'clock, I'm still awake, so I took your suggestion.
And Attorney Handley?
Good evening. We had, this subdivision dates from 2020, and it was modified by an A&R in 2022, you remember. We're here before you tonight to remove the line that separates parcel A from lot 3 on the A&R, which is a just to conform with the doctrine of merger, which removes the line as a matter of law anyway, because the two lots, parcel A and lot 3, are held in common ownership. So parcel A and lot 3 become a single lot, which, as a result of the Conservation Commission's action and the DEP's action, now have sufficient lot area to meet the requirements of the R10 zoning district. And we are here before you tonight on what I believe is a minor modification, and to ask for your guidance and permission to pave less than the 100 feet of pavement that in Livingston Avenue that we are entitled to pave as a concession to our neighbors who would prefer to see as minimal pavement in the area as possible. The fire department has reviewed it and agrees that that a driveway construction there is appropriate, and we're asking that you determine that this is a minor modification and give us the waivers that we need to construct it as a driveway rather than extend the roadway.
Does there, anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Just comment.
Yeah.
I guess my immediate concern or question would be about the access for fire department, and Mr. Handley has already addressed that, I think satisfactorily. If it's also satisfactory to the planning department, have you reviewed it?
Yeah, the fire department already has their approved turnaround from the previous subdivision in the 60-foot cul-de-sac. This is just an additional driveway. Even from the cul-de-sac, they have plenty of room to put out a fire at this house.
Yeah.
And if
So-
they wanted to go down the driveway length is less than the required length that in another turnaround would be necessary. They can drive down the driveway, then back out if they need to go down the driveway.
Okay, I can't make out the picture, so I think what you're saying is that the surface of the driveway will be changed from paved to porous.
There's no driveway currently here. This is where the plan ends. It's this cul-de-sac. This driveway that they're proposing provides the frontage in order to make this lot buildable. It's the third, what I call the third barrier to development for this lot. The
Yeah.
first one was.
I see.
We have frontage on Livingston Avenue.
Yeah.
On the plan. The question is, what do you require in terms of pavement?
Normally, what they're doing is they're modifying the subdivision. If this was a regular subdivision plan, it would be coming with a 24-foot wide, full city compliant roadway. They're asking for waivers like any other subdivision to not do that here, because
It's not necessary to serve the property, it adds impervious surface. We've already gone through the discussion with the neighbors who were convinced that this was a wetland resource area, which the DEP has determined it's not, but it is, it looks sufficiently like one that everybody would like to see as little of it.
There's what's a drainage channel that's in this area that goes in the paper street of
Yeah.
Livingston Avenue and across this lot.
Yeah, I
Was
recall
pre-
walking it
yeah.
years ago, and I too thought that it was a wetland resource, and,
Well, that was determined by the DEP.
Yeah, I recall that.
To be something else.
yeah.
Actually, I think it was acknowledged by the Department of Public Works to be municipal storm drain.
Yeah, I do remember
The
that.
question was relative to a depression in the middle of the road, that whether or not that constituted a jurisdictional wetland, and the DEP determined that it did not. The Conservation Commission concurred.
After, I remember this subdivision plan before, when it was deemed, as you stated, it was not a buildable lot.
Right, well, that was because of the.
No, I understand, that was the
Sizes in the
common
wetlands.
knowledge at the time.
Right.
And the common knowledge has shifted. And so now the question is to put a 100-foot driveway in on that,
Or 100 feet of 40-foot asphalt and street paving.
and then that gives the frontage necessary to be able to move forward with plans there. I am betwixt and between on major minors on this one, so I'm looking forward to the discussion. Jim?
I guess just, It's just on,
I am so
I'll
late.
take it. I mean, Jim, George. It's true.
Younger, but,
Apologies. Now I've lost my train of thought. We have a memo from the planning department. We have an engineering memo with some significant sort of feedback concerns. I guess, obviously, generally, we like to make sure we get those resolved before we sort of shuffle paperwork. So I guess, question to the applicant vis-à-vis those, those outstanding items. The planning board ones seemed more clerical in nature, I would say.
Those are checklist items,
In
basically.
terms of how
from-
the plan was put
Yeah.
together and everything, the engineering one
whereas the
seemed a little bit
engineering's more
more
technical.
significant regarding drainage and things like that, so I'm just curious.
So I guess I would say that if you were developing a single-family house lot in Beverly and there was no Concom jurisdiction, you probably would not, in fact, you definitely wouldn't be required to submit detailed drainage calculations and the like. And so as part of this application, we didn't go through that detailed step. We do have some drainage provisions on here, and I think they're adequate. But the city engineer is asking for that detailed drainage calculation, and frankly, we're happy to do it. So we'll do it, and it may tweak the plan a little bit, but I don't think it's going to tweak it very much. And as far as the waiver requests or the modifications that were in the planning department's review, we're happy to address those also.
I know, we've gone back and forth on this over the couple years I've been on the board. I think in certain circumstances, I've been very happy to move things along, even when there were some concerns. The 50 Bald Street project comes to mind, where there was a, good faith agreement that things were gonna get resolved between the city and an applicant. I guess, it's very hard for me to judge the nature of these, sort of disputes. And I do agree with the applicant, most of the single-family plans that we've seen come through here, I'm thinking of the Sturdivan Street one that we just, removed the bond for, I don't think had anything near that level of drainage calculations. Obviously, this is a little bit of a sensitive site because of the history of it, so I guess that, maybe one of the reasons why the engineering department's a little bit more concerned about it. I do sort of, and it's maybe more of a question for you, Ken, is, the extent to which, I think in the past what you've told us is that, if engineering's not signing off on this, there's not gonna be a building permit, for instance, right?
Correct.
So, I guess from that perspective.
But
Sorry.
that's true, but this is more, that would more pertain to a house that already has, it's on a street. Like this doesn't have, the reason all of this is required is because this is a subdivision plan. It's
Yep.
not a building lot plan.
Yeah. And given that there may be further, even if we're characterizing them as minor changes to the layout here, that's the reason for some hesitancy in terms of whether we should be moving this along. Is that what I'm hearing, or?
Whether you want to move, that's entirely up to you.
Well, explain it to me like I'm 5. That's not my thing today.
There's a couple different ways this could be handled. It could be, the biggest question before the board at this time is this major or minor?
Yeah.
Because if it's major, then a public hearing needs to be scheduled, and this will be continued either way.
Right.
If it's determined to be minor, then you can consider, do these engineering/planning comments, can they be conditions of approval? Can it be something, because we just did basically the same thing with the 14 Greenwood Aves, like put these things on the plans before they're endorsed.
Yeah.
Things like, those are things you can consider doing. Or you can wait to have the comments be addressed, have them come back and say, we've addressed all the comments, here's the revised plan.
That's true. So I guess,
Yeah.
and I apologize for monopolizing the conversation.
That's okay.
Well, I was apologizing to my fellow board members, not necessarily to you, Ken, but I think this was previously a lot on which there was no house, and now there is a house, so that may color people's thinking in terms of whether this is a major or minor modification, but I guess I haven't quite got there yet. It is 11 o'clock.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I would just comment that when we're determining whether it's a minor or major modification, in my mind, I'm not considering whether or not it's a meritorious project, whether it's a good project or a bad project, that comes later. That's not what I'm considering at this juncture. That's all.
We obviously think it's a minor project because we're not proposing any road construction. So, you know, we have all the infrastructure we need. We have a hydrant, we've got the, you know, sewer manhole, we got everything we need to do just a very conventional, single-family house project.
In addition, the boundaries of the lot aren't changing, nothing,
Yeah, that's my biggest consideration. The lot is in existence. It's not creating a new lot.
It's a lot, it's shown on a plan, a recorded plan, we have rights in a way, as a matter of common law, we have the right to pave it. The question is, what do you want to see? If you want a road, we'll put a road in there. If you don't want a road, we'll put something less. But the rights that we're talking about exist already. It's just a question of your discretion to adjust it to be appropriate to the circumstances. It's not there's no dramatic change to the subdivision itself, other than the removal of the internal line that is removed already as a matter of law.
I know it's not connected, trying to wrap that into my mind somehow, but have you gone to the ZBA yet?
They don't need to.
You don't need to? So,
No, there's no waiver of frontage. They're providing the minimum frontage with the 16-foot driveway. You see this 100-foot measurement here?
yeah,
That's the required frontage. They're paving more than what you're considering is a waiver from the subdivision requirements is this driveway, instead of putting in a full-width roadway, acceptable?
The definition of frontage in zoning now is the same as the definition of frontage under the subdivision control law. So it's your determination as to what you require. If it's determined by the planning board to be sufficient for this use, then it's sufficient. That's binding on zoning. If you want to pave wall to wall to the edge of the street, we'll do that.
On the front cover on the cover sheet of the plan is their list of waivers, and it's very similar to the waiver request from 14 Greenwood. It's a lot of the same kinds of waiver requests.
so it's really, to ask or state where my mind was at the beginning of this when I was looking at this, to go from no house to house is major.
It's what happens all the time when you have it's not even a matter of
I'm
subdivision.
just, I understand, I understand. But that's not the question here. The question is, wide, long road, driveway. That's what the question is.
That's actually a secondary question. Your first point is the question number one. Is this minor or major?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
And so while it may be about a road versus a driveway, to me, it's also about, there's no home there. And I understand there are also other things happening, but now there's going to be a home there. And to me, it's a major change for the area. And when I talked before about the turret for this, what sort of impact is that going to have on neighbors, current residents, et cetera? That's minimal impact. Looks the same, doesn't really even show up practically, and that sort of thing. And so to me, this issue is major. But the specifics of this, I mean, maybe I need a little guidance here as to whether or not that falls within, this is major, and we should have a larger discussion and awareness for the people in the neighborhood who are, who last they heard this was an unbuildable lot, and a lot has changed.
I
so to
think
speak.
they've heard a lot more than that. I mean, the neighborhood participated directly in the Concom and DEP discussions.
Yeah, those were all public hearings, and they were well advertised, and notifications to the neighbors and all that kind of stuff. So I think everyone knows what's going on.
And the house is by right. It is it's zoning compliant. The only question is, does the public, the neighbors want to see a wide road, or would they rather see a driveway?
So I'd be curious to hear other members' thoughts on major, minor. Or you can wait till a vote if someone wants to make a motion.
Well, I've been here a decade. We've been through this so many times with what constitutes major and minor. And it's incumbent upon us to make that decision, regardless of whether we like the project or we don't like the project. That is simply not the issue before us initially. It's just not. The issue is whether it's major or minor, a question to which we have little or no guidance and never have. That has not changed in the decade that I've sat here.
I agree.
So we just have to decide whether it's major or minor.
But I don't have a perspective as to whether or not it's you said
In this case.
grotesque is the word you used before when you you used the word grotesque. It doesn't matter if it's grotesque or not as a test on whether or not it's major or minor in terms of the way you feel about something. And I agree with that. And, I'm just wrangling a little bit. My knee-jerk reaction is to say it's minor. So, and I'm just curious as to others. Yes, George?
Yeah, I mean, I
Did you
guess
say minor? I thought you were saying was.
You did say minor.
I did say minor.
Okay.
And that's what I said.
I thought you were going the other way, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you didn't misspeak.
As did I.
Yeah.
The lot line hasn't changed, right? The reason that this is buildable when it wasn't is not because of necessarily a change that the applicant has made to the way that they've laid out the land. It's
Correct.
due to a change in the way that a state agency has applied an environmental law. So I guess from that perspective, I think I agree with you, Derek, yeah.
In 2020 originally, it didn't have the square footage, and then A&R was performed to take a piece that Mr. Hanley has referred to, or 2022.
That's correct.
To make it meet zoning. So that was barrier number one. Barrier number two was the wetland issue that has been.
Lot area reduction.
Yeah, the lot, yeah. Because
Does not apply.
right, because there's no longer a resource area, so the entire lot area is now counted towards the zoning requirement. And then what I'm calling barrier number three is the lack of drivable frontage, which would be whatever kind of street or driveway would be put in front of this lot to give it its 100 feet of frontage.
Right, but it is it's a paper street at least, like they have the right to do that.
Yes, the right to do that is not in this.
And that's where the question of the 20, or the, whatever it would be, 30 feet or something versus 16 feet.
So we are considering a modification to an approved plan.
Correct. This would
And
be
we must
considered a modification to the original Livingston Avenue.
So then the question is it a major or a minor modification to that approved plan?
Correct, the
And-
2020 plan.
Yeah, and I would opine that it is not a major modification to the approved plan.
Sarah?
I generally agree. I think if they can move forward and build a road, then making it a driveway to me is not a major modification. If we were going the other way and it was enabling them to like add units, that would be major. But this, to me, is not major. That's my 2 cents.
I think you should call for a vote, Bob.
I welcome a motion. Yes,
Mr. Chair, move to deem the modification to definitive subdivision plan for 114 Livingston Avenue improvements, applicant 7 Porter Terrace LLC, minor in nature.
Second.
seconded by Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Gomes. Discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It's 8-0. This is a minor modification.
So now the question becomes what to do with the plan before us with the comments outstanding from the planning, being myself, and the engineering department.
Mr. Clausen, I have one question.
Yes.
If I may, for Mr. Griffin or Mr. Hanlon. Whatever happens next, gentlemen, with the HOA, how will this, with the multiple homes?
Yes, so I think there was an HOA form to maintain the roadway. There has since been 3 more houses on Livingston that are under construction, and I think, you know, it makes sense for the entire neighborhood to contribute to the maintenance of that road. But I don't know if, you know, who is actually putting that all together at this point. You know, there isn't, I guess, right now, a relationship between this lot and the homeowners association, so I think we're gonna have to try to get that figured out.
Although the owner of this lot is the person who had installed the road. So, you know, I think
But it's a question I have.
We'd have to amend the HOA at some point, I think.
HOA, there are two new ones that went in across the street.
3.
3.
Three.
It's 3.
Three. It's just a concern I have.
Yeah.
To your point, Mr. Clausen, about the engineering questions, so if.
Is that something that needs to be addressed in this?
The HOA should be.
I don't know that it can be.
It's,
It involves persons who aren't where you are in, or within your present jurisdiction. So I think that's a matter that has to be taken up separately. There is a definite terminus of the publicly accepted road and an extension.
I don't know that any of Livingston
It's all private.
is
It's all private.
is
That's why- that's
publicly
my
accepted.
concern.
I know
Yeah.
there's one
At least-
HOA that
yeah.
handles the lower part. And I know they recognize that there's people driving with that as well.
That's
So I think
my concern.
it may
That's.
take an effort to bring all of the people on Livingston.
But there was an HOA for this
Yeah.
original
For
subdivision.
the 2020, right.
Yeah.
2020, yes.
Right.
There's
Is that,
another one,
is
there's
that H?
another one for the previous
Yeah.
piece of Livingston Avenue that I don't believe was incorporated into the new one.
What's the status of the one that came with the subdivision?
Those houses are built and occupied.
Yeah, the 116 and 118 Livingston?
Right.
Yeah.
Those are built and occupied.
But now there's other ones.
But they
Right, but
have,
those are
They've agreed to share in the
not.
maintenance
Right.
yeah.
of that part of the roadway, but I think it doesn't take a genius to recognize that the entire length of Livingston Avenue needs a consolidated undertaking.
Road.
But this isn't necessarily the mechanism for
But I
that.
don't
No.
think it's the mechanism here.
No, I just wanted to bring it to our attention.
Yeah,
No, I think that's-
I guess a more appropriate question is, would this
Thank you.
114 be rolled into the existing HOA for 116 and 118, since this is a modification to that subdivision?
Seems the easiest, but I don't, yeah.
That's what I,
Yeah.
in effect, was asking.
And then I'm sure Mr. Marks is in conversations with the other developer about an entire roadway
Probably.
There are
HOA.
also discussions about utilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess then the question becomes, the owners at 116 and 118 are now going to be a part of an HOA with 114 that has maintenance requirements for a rain garden and other things that they may not have been anticipating when they originally bought the houses.
Those are very simple things to maintain. I think if we add 114 to their HOA, their, costs are going to diminish. So
Okay.
it only benefits them.
True.
Any other questions? Well, how do we, what sort of conditions make sense regarding the outstanding comments and things?
Oh, we need to handle waivers
Yes,
anyway,
that-
don't we?
That was what I was gonna ask you, George.
I mean, there's engineering comments about not granting some of the waivers.
Yeah.
Sorry,
There's engineering comments that they say they recommend not granting
that was what I was
some of
gonna
the
speak to,
waivers.
Mr. Clausen. Those, I noted them on the,
Yeah, those are the drainage calculation waivers, essentially.
there's three.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one about doing drain calculations, and then there's another one about preparing an overall drainage plan, and the third one is drainage calculations by a registered PE. So they all say the same thing.
And you have earlier
We're
agreed
happy to
that
do
you
the
will
drainage
be happy to
calculations.
do this.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it is fair to condition this upon,
Completion.
providing satisfactory information to the city engineer regarding drainage.
Does that mean you would be okay with us not granting those waivers pursuant to?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because then we would have, obviously, we wouldn't need the waiver at that point.
Sure, yep.
Right, yep.
I want to go back to the 2020 decision. Conditions on that plan. I'm looking for what I'm looking for.
Did we have a decision, Mr. Clausen?
I don't know that you have a copy of it.
I didn't know if I did, yeah.
The condition from the Parking and Traffic Commission at the time that says that the deed, title, plot plan, any real estate listing, and any other necessary legal documents clearly denote that the roadway is private and municipal services, including trash, snow plowing, roadway maintenance, or other related city services are not available to the residents on said roadway. Is that still in effect?
Should be, yeah.
Okay. As a modification to this subdivision, I'm pretty sure that all of these conditions would still be applicable to, would not be applicable to this lot.
I assume we could affirm that in conditioning our motion tonight too.
Yeah.
right?
We could perhaps point to the conditions outset in the decision dated, right?
Yeah. Dated November 12, 2020.
What was the date, sorry?
November 12, 2020.
It's a fun noise.
What was the name of the document?
Definitive subdivision, decision letter for definitive subdivision plan, Livingston Avenue improvements, 7 Porter Terrace LLC. Engineering memo.
Mr. Chair, would you like a motion on waivers at the very least to get the ball rolling here?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Motion to grant the waivers for the modification to definitive subdivision plan for 114 Livingston Avenue improvements, 114 Livingston Avenue applicant 7 Porter Terrace. All of the waivers, grant the waivers from chapter 375 subdivision of land, article 3 of the City of Beverly Code as listed on plans, with the exception of the waivers from articles 375-13.b.18, 375-13.b.24, and 375 No, I apologize. Just those two for now? And for context, those are the first two waivers that were in the engineering memo.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Do you have a?
Just to clarify, just making sure that we're talking only about the waivers that start with 375-13, correct? Those are
Right,
waivers
that's
from
why I
Article
stopped
3?
myself
Okay.
from doing 375-20.
Perfect.
I read your staff reports.
So, motion is made by Mr. Gomes and seconded by Ms. Flannery. All those in favor? Opposed? It's, again, 8-0. Yes?
Mr. Chair, for the modification to definitive subdivision plan for 114 Livingston Avenue improvements, 114 Livingston Avenue, applicant 7 Porter Terrace LLC, grant the waivers from Chapter 375 of Subdivision of Land, Article 4 of the City of Beverly Code as listed on plans, with the exception of the waiver for Article 375-20.
Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? 8-0. Yes.
Mr. Chair, regarding the modification to definitive subdivision plan for 114 Livingston Avenue improvements, 114 Livingston Avenue, 7 Porter Terrace LLC, grant the waivers from Chapter 375, Subdivision of Land, Article 5 of the City of Beverly Code as listed on the plans.
Second by Ms. Flannery. All those in favor? Opposed? It's, again, unanimous, 8-0.
I'm happy to make a motion on the, on approving the modification. I just want to make sure that we have conditions set, so we're going to condition it on satisfying the engineering department's comments from their letter.
There can be a couple different things to do here. Like where it says details for water and sewer connections not provided, that can be a condition to add it to the plan before endorsement.
Yeah.
Details for stormwater control devices not provided, again, add a condition before endorsement. Details for roadway trenches, anything that says details, basically, you can condition it to add those to the plans before endorsement. We just did that with 14 Greenwood. The other comments having to do, clarify whether the proposed 16-foot driveway is to be impervious. It's impervious, yeah. Provide stormwater calcs. I mean, these are all things that can be done, like.
Well, we rejected those two waivers.
Right, we're rejecting those waivers, so they need to provide stormwater calc before a building. You could condition it before, that it has to be done before building permit is granted for calculations, test pit soil information for all infiltration areas. Will the location of the proposed rain garden prevent future extensions by other abutters?
I don't think it will, but I can address that with the city engineer.
Yeah, I believe the answer to that is no, because if someone wanted to continue, they'd have to take it out and provide adequate drainage there's no plan no one has any plan to continue this all the way through to Leach Street because that drainage channel is in the middle of Livingston Avenue. And what's that? There's no further, that's the other thing, there's no further lots on this street. This is the last lot. But no, it does not, I don't think it does prevent future extensions. It's just someone would have to make the required improvements in order to make sure that this is adequately drained. The details we just talked about. The parking area curb cut exceeds the standard of 25 foot in width at the edge of the right of way. I don't know if that's important here because it's connecting to what they're talking about is at this length here.
It's 30, yeah, it's 36.
It's longer than 25 feet, which is what would normally be considered a curb cut onto a street.
Right, but it's not a street.
But it's not.
It's both is and is not a street. It's Schrodinger Street.
Yeah, so that's up to you whether you want that to. Basically, it's a subdivision reg. I believe
presumably we've already, a waiver's already been requested.
Right, I'm pretty sure a waiver has been requested for that. Again, we'll confirm the water department on the location of the water service shutoff prior to pulling the water connection permit. That's a condition. Materials and with City of Beverly's master rules and regulations, okay. Right, Mr. Griffin?
No, I think, you know, we have to comply with the water department
Right.
rules. We got to
Right.
comply with all of those rules anyway, so.
So the ones that we're referring to here are stormwater calculation, all stormwater calculations and test pit information will need to be provided before.
Those
a
are
buil-
moot anyway because we've rejected those waivers, right?
Right,
Right,
yeah. And we'll have to add a
So-
detail sheet with all these details on it.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
fine.
yep,
We've
and
got an
that's,
answer on number 1 and number 5. So it's 6, 7, 8.
yeah,
It's 9, I think, is already encompassed by the waiver, as we just talked
Yep.
about. 10 is something they have to do anyway.
yep.
11, same.
They have to know.
12,
How did I have it written for?
13, same. I mean, 10, 11, 12, 13, you got to do those for any project you do in Beverly, so,
Okay.
and we're not,
So we're
Objections
really
to it.
specifying that the details for water and sewer connections, stormwater control devices, and roadway trenches and road restoration will be provided on plans prior to issuance of building permit? Is that-
Prior to endorsement.
Prior to endorsement.
Yeah. So they'll be on the Mylar, like, look, the Mylars that he brings in for us to sign.
Okay.
Now let's go to my comments and see if there's anything important. I don't think that there is. I think it's all pretty benign.
all very important, but minor.
It's just checklist information, I think.
Right.
And are there, do we want to pull out things from the November 12th, 2020 conditions, or are they bland enough, generic enough that they don't get to the specificity?
I don't think we have to specify it. I think it just, we make a condition that all conditions from the existing decision letter dated November 12th, 2020 are applicable,
Yep.
or something to that effect.
Okay, if it's broad, then that's
Yeah.
fine. We don't have to go into,
Trees are fine, we get waivers, plans meet.
I mean, there's a comment about providing a note on the plans that reminds you that this is a private way and, you know, not.
Yeah, there's that one, and I think like the rodent one.
The road note wasn't exactly
Yeah.
mimicked out of the regulations, so we'll fix those. Yeah, stormwater. Species of evergreen trees, we'll
So,
provide that.
Yeah, the comment about the evidence needs to be water from stormwater runoff is, that's about to be taken care of.
Yeah. And a landscape wall detail.
I'm sorry?
And there was a landscape wall detail request. We'll
The detail.
We'll add that to our details.
What was the one about street trees?
We showed 3 trees at the back of the driveway, and there was a question about what species are those trees. So we'll have to pick that. There's some sort of evergreen tree.
They're evergreens.
Those 3 right there.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is you don't necessarily need a specific condition on anything in yours, or yes?
There's a few.
now to your comments, is
Yeah,
that what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay, so we need those, yeah.
We did went through it very quickly, but we weren't really writing them down.
So it's number 10, number 14.
Yeah, that's we don't even really need to do it because it's going to be conditioned to the number 10.
Okay.
I don't necessarily, it's supposed to be on the plan per the subdivision checklist, but we're conditioning it, we're adding the condition that basically the conditions from that
Gotcha.
decision letter are
'cause
still applicable.
that one's pre-existing. I
Yeah.
gotcha. So number 14 though, because the notation is not on the plans.
Yeah, that one's.
Number
You can
17.
add that can be a condition to add that prior to endorsement.
Number 17, you said was fine because it's covered elsewhere.
Yep, that's,
Evergreen
now that,
trees.
because we've rejected those waivers, they're
Yeah.
doing it.
Number 19, about the evergreen trees.
Yep.
Number 21,
That's just because they're not showing electric lines on the plan, it's not,
Actually, they're there, actually, but
okay, they are?
they are.
Okay.
That's right, so they've already run the electric conduits across the street here, so we're just picking up here and then
Oh, there
running
it
to
is.
that.
Oh, I missed it, yep.
Yeah, okay.
I just missed it because it was over there.
and it's not very big.
Drainage on number 24 is going to be covered
Yep.
elsewhere.
We're gonna,
Okay, so I only have 14 and 19 from your,
I'm fine with that.
okay. 14 and 19 from yours, 6, 7, and 8 from the engineering one, and then all the conditions from 11, 12, 2020. Everyone good with that? That was fun. Okay.
No, that's good. Good.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the modification to definitive subdivision plan for 114 Livingston Avenue improvements, 114 Livingston Avenue, applicant 7 Porter Terrace LLC, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that all conditions included in the planning board's approval dated 11/12/2020 are still in effect. Number 2, sorry, I've lost the the engineering memo now. Number 2, that prior to the endorsement of the plan, the details for water and sewer connections will be provided. Number 3, that prior to the endorsement of the plan, details for stormwater control devices will be provided. And number 4, that prior to endorsement of the plan, details for roadway trenches and road restoration will be provided. Number 5, but prior to endorsement, sufficient notation regarding the rodent population shall be added per the city regs. And number 6, prior to endorsement, the location and species of proposed street trees will be provided on the plans. Hopefully that.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Griffin, you don't need this here. We don't need this. That would only be if it's major.
Oh.
If Ken sends you a creepy email asking for money later, don't accept it.
Yeah, that's right. He's the one.
Gentlemen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, thank you.
Mr. Handley, do you know offhand, because this was a modification, there's not going to be an appeal period?
There is no.
That's what correct. Yep.
Okay, so we move on.
Do you even have, did you have anything yet for next month?
Didn't we do everything you're possibly working on?
Stay tuned.
So the next item on the agenda is discussion of election of new planning board chairperson and vice chairperson. And I know that we kicked this down the road last month. I have a family member who is having surgery, and I'm just, planning ahead in terms of September and a little bit October if I don't anticipate. But if there's an emergency situation and I'm called away or something like that, I mean, we don't have a vice chair. I'm the vice chair. I'm the acting chair. I don't even know what I am right now. But I personally.
That bearded guy in the middle.
I personally think that it would be basically an interim decision for whoever the board, what the will of the board is, to have someone act as chair. But also to have both the chair and the vice chair positions filled. I think it's a better thing for the committee, especially where we are in terms of, at least one major project before us. So that we don't have any emergency situations or anything like that come up, and we have some sort of basic order of, chairing and vice chairing, et cetera.
And
So,
just to clarify one thing you said, when you said it's interim, it would not actually be interim, but it would be like a de facto interim
Yeah.
because the election would come up again in
January, yeah.
But the election would make you the actual planning chair full force in effect, not an interim.
or whoever is the will of the
Yeah.
board. So, I would advocate for having a vote tonight.
Would you like a motion for?
Well,
peoples to chair the planning board for the remainder of 2025?
Well, if people are, if people are okay with that, then I would welcome a motion to nominate, to open nominations for and nominate candidates for chair. And then, depending on who's nominated, then we'll figure out who would chair that particular part of the meeting. So I would welcome a motion for nominations for chair. Yes, Ms.
Nominate Mr. Derek Beckwith to chair the remainder of the 2025 Beverly Planning Board.
Second.
Other nominations? No other nominations?
He's
Okay.
looking around. Let's go.
I'd,
It's 12 o'clock, let's go.
yeah. With no other nominations, those are the nominations before us. We would move to the election of the chair. Because my name is in the running for this, I would,
Abdicate.
I'd step.
All in favor?
Well, I just,
I think you're, I
think
think,
what's-
I know what you're saying here, but I think you're okay to just ask for the
yeah.
vote.
So we'll do a vote on this, since there's only one, and I'm going to be abstaining. But all those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, that's it. Then there's a chair. There's a chair. Well, thank you very, very much. I'm honored. I'm really honored. So, thank you.
I gotta buy you a gavel now.
May I nominate somebody for vice chair, please?
Yes, please.
I'd like to nominate George Gomes to vice chair, the remainder of 2025.
I am proud to second that. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'll close nominations, and the question comes on the votes. All those in favor of Mr. Gomes being our vice chair? Opposed? Abstaining? One abstention, Mr. Gomes, and 7 in the affirmative. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. It feels a little bit like the Politburo. We all kind of like, no one else is going to vote, right? But I'll take it. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, George. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well deserved. You still have to make the most difficult motions, though, as Vice Chair. But Ms. Flannery's in close second in there, too, so, sure.
And we'll continue to be.
Now that that has happened, normally the chair and the vice chair sit in certain positions. Everybody just tends to have the seats at this point, they're kind of established, like we're supposed to be following like a Riggins rules kind of thing where the seating moves around, so it doesn't become looking like one member is more important than the other or lesser than, so
Yeah,
just something to keep it, just something to keep in mind.
I mean, what I learned from Ellen Hutchinson so much, and she did on protocol issues about votes and moving forward, not the substance of it. She did do counsel every once in a while during the meetings themselves, so there's that to consider too, so. But I know that you're very comfortable in that chair.
No, Nate and I switched today just to keep it spicy, so.
There you go. So, but there's,
No, I mean, that's entirely up to.
yeah, we can
Everyone.
figure it out next
Yeah,
meeting.
yeah.
The last item on the agenda is the approval of minutes as available. I know that there have been some comments that have come in. I didn't have time to read the minutes. I'm not sure with so much content that if people did, would people be upset if we move that to next agenda, the next meeting? Okay, so we'll do that. We'll add that to the approval of minutes for next meeting. Mr. Clausen, what's next meeting look like besides Trask?
Trask in these minutes. That's all I have so far.
Well,
We cleared out
and, well,
everything else.
that being said, I'd welcome a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Miller. All those in favor? Opposed? Our meeting is concluded. Thank you.
I suppose you're all wondering why I was